Chapter 20 Dubai Sevens and New Year in Perth. Beautiful people are not always good, but good people are always beautiful. Buddha. It was now time to start heading back to the UK from my world trip, and remember I had that small task of finishing my 20,000 word research paper for my master's degree. Oh shit, I forgot about that. But there was one more stop to make, and that was Dubai. When I was doing my degree in the 1980s, one of my friends was Kathy Ridley. Her degree was also physical education, but also computer studies. Kathy ended up working in Dubai for a few years, and then went to live in South Africa. She was married to Michael Burke and had a lovely son called Nick. They were involved in the Dubai Sevens Rugby Union tournament, providing the shirts via their company called the Ultimate Clothing Company. It's just made sense to have a stopover in Dubai to break up the long, difficult flight from Oz to the UK. Kathy had the contacts and friends still living there. Like I said before, it all comes down to who you know and who they know. I told Rob if he wanted to stop off and watch the Sevens, I would be able to get him into the tournament. Being a crazy sports fan, it was a no-brainer for him. Rob sat for 3 days watching the tournament, whereas I ended up volunteering. I told Kathy that if there were any team in need of help, I was happy to help them. That offer was snapped up by a team called the Warblers. This team consisted of up-and-coming young New Zealand players, the team being different every year. On the 1st of December 1998, I headed for Dubai. In 1998, Dubai was not the place it is today. The airport was extremely basic and small. By the 3rd of December, the teams were training in preparation for the tournament. England was there. I managed to get on their team photo. Why? Because I just happened to be there. Scotland, Tonga, New Zealand, America, yes, America, and of course, no Sevens would be complete without Fiji. And don't forget my team, the Warblers, the young New Zealanders. The Warblers' first game was against America, which they won. We then went back to their hotel. In 1998, the best and biggest. Probably the smallest now. My humble hotel, which Kathy organised for me, was the Golden Sands. I was very grateful there was a bed. It was also on a very busy working street for the local ladies of the night and day, making going for a bottle of milk or food to the nearby shop a challenge. Unlike my accommodation, the Warblers Hotel we went to was draped in gold, had 25 floors and God knows how many swimming pools. We went for the lads to swim and relax, have treatment and mentally prepare for their next game, which just so happened to be England, with the likes of Underwood being part of the English team. Preparations were going well. They were nervous about playing England. They were all so young, but where they lacked experience, they made up with fitness and passion. We all got back into the minibus to go back to the tournament. We had to go on a motorway kind of road, which had a few lanes and was fast. There were men waiting to cross this road with the constant fast traffic, and I thought, gosh, that's crazy. It's like trying to cross the M1 or 62. Then there was a bang and a swerve, and we came to a standstill. I did see something white fly past, but I was in the middle of the bus, not the front. What had happened is that some vehicle in front of us had hit a person trying to cross, which threw them in front of us, and we hit them too. The whole bus was in shock, especially the bus driver. I just went into automatic pilot. I told them all to stay on the bus, not to look, and I would go and see if I could help. I was the first and only person there, and it became like a slow motion movie. The man looked straight at me. He was wearing a long white robe, and he was trying to pull his robe down over his legs. No screaming, just silence, and looking straight into my eyes. The obvious injury was that his foot was in another lane, yet I don't think he knew he had lost part of his leg. I spoke to him and touched his arm and told him help was coming and he will be all right. He probably didn't understand a word. I looked up behind him. There was absolute madness going on. Other cars bumped into other cars, people arguing, but still only me by this man's side. Something told me there wasn't anything I could do for this man, and I needed to get the young players away. I ran back to the bus, checked that the driver was okay, and if he was able to drive, if not, I would drive. He was able to drive. We got back to the ground, but the event had affected everyone. We did get some extra time by the organisers for the players to have some recovery. It was a bad accident, a very bloody scene, and all the guys saw it. 40 minutes after this, they were on the field playing England. In the changing rooms before the game, the atmosphere was very sombre and quiet. They needed more time. They were still in shock. They lost to England, and their next match was against Fiji. Even without the accident, the Fijians are hard to beat. They are so powerful. They played Fiji the next day and lost, so now my team was out of the tournament. One of the young warblers played for the English team in the England vs Australia game. England lost, but the young warbler did us proud. The Fijian team beat the Samoan team and were in the final against New Zealand. Before the final, the warblers performed the haka behind the sticks, goalposts, and what a good performance they gave. I think it must be in New Zealanders' blood, for they all seem to know how to do it. It didn't put the Fijians off though, because they beat the All Blacks and won the 1998 Dubai Sevens. I think that was a moral uplifting for the warblers. The team that beat them also won the tournament. I personally think it was my rub-downs and treating the Fijians' granite thighs that gave them the advantage. Remember, I helped them out by treating one of their players with a dead leg. If our Michael Thomas had the same atmosphere and experience of an extremely fast and amazing sporting event, then like me, when he played there, he will never forget it. Playing for your country of Botswana against such other great athletes must have been exciting and rewarding. So pleased you got to live the experience too, Mickey. Regarding the accident, Kathy said that the law in Dubai was that the last one to see someone alive can be made responsible for the death. It goes back to something to do with camels. I suffered for a few nights after the accident, every time I tried to close my eyes, I saw the poor man's face. Even though it was calm, his eyes haunted me. Through the day as well as during the night, and whenever I saw a man with a turban on, I saw his face. The mind is amazing. A person can go through an extremely traumatic experience, see, hear, and smell the trauma, yet the mind will selectively push that image deep, deep away in a compartment. But does the process of hiding those scars change that person for the rest of their life? We all left Dubai at different times. Kathy, Mick and Nick were visiting the UK to see family and friends before heading back to South Africa. They managed to come and visit me in Yorkshire, and my mum gave Kathy, for the second time after 15 years, Yorkshire puddings with gravy. Mick and Nicholas got some too. I hadn't quite finished with 1998. There was still a couple of weeks to go before Christmas, which I spent sleeping due to jet lag and looking at my work for my master's degree, and also catching up with my patients. But there was just one last thing to fit in, another adventure. The next adventure was with Andy, Lisa, Bobby, Rob and Rob's girlfriend Vicky in Perth. Yes, it could well have been Perth, Australia when Andy was involved, for you never knew where you would end up whilst in his company. With Andy, a different country not a problem. The card would come out and the next thing you knew, you were at the other end of the country or in another country. Fortunately, that didn't happen to me, and Perth, Scotland was all my fault. At some point it came up in conversation that Andy had always wanted to spend a New Year's Eve in Scotland. Me too, was my reaction. Okay, let's do it. That's how we ended up in a lovely hotel for 3 nights in Perth, Scotland. I booked the hotel well in advance and I asked Bobby if he would like to go. Being the easygoing, adventurous person he was, he said yes. We arrived in cold Perth. It felt particularly cold to me, having just been in the other Perth, Australia, and the hot, dry climate of Dubai. The hotel was a big Victorian house, a nice welcoming place. On the first night we ate our evening meal. Rob was not impressed. He said it was like an old folks' home. But in the bar later he got into the mood of things and even sung a song on the karaoke. Bobby was adopted by my friends, and he went on to impress them with his tall stories of being a high diving champion at the Rome Olympics. But he slipped because someone had put soap on the diving board. He slipped and lost his gold medal. He also had a story about how he had to move a Formula One car on one of his long-distance lorry driving jobs. Think he said it was in Germany. Obviously, that story was for Rob's benefit. Bobby's stories were always enchanting. He gave a lengthy introduction, dropped names and places, and let his imagination loose. If I hadn't have known him all the years I had, I would have probably believed them too. I don't know if anyone remembers Eddie the Eagle, Eddie Edwards. Bobby looked just like him, the same milk-bottom glasses, a small-built man, down to earth, a contagious, real and honest personality, with a bit of his own added fantasy and stories, loved by all. For those who don't know who Eddie the Eagle is, he was a construction worker from the UK who decided to compete in the Winter Olympic Games in the ski jump. This event involves skiing off a high 90-metre ramp. He competed at the 1988 Calgary Olympic Winter Games and got 58th position out of 58 competitors, though he did beat the previous British record which he had held. The show of determination, going against all odds, never giving up, made the world notice this down-to-earth, courageous and brave character. He became famous and a movie was made of his life and his journey to the Olympics. A lesson of perseverance, never giving up on one's dreams, and being humble and grateful can be the lessons taught by his courage to us all. New Year's Eve arrived. Everyone made an effort and looking very smart. Bobby liked expensive quality clothes and looked very dashing in his colourful bow tie. The place was packed and Rob was warming up to the old folks' home. We were all sat at our tables ready for our New Year's Eve meal. It's a tradition in Scotland to pipe the meeting, and two bagpipe players in full traditional Scottish attire pipe the meeting. They stayed for a drink, and I was chatting to them about this tradition and playing bagpipes. Just an interesting fact about Jimmy Barnes. Remember him from Bathurst in Australia? He is also Scottish and also can play the bagpipes. I decided that I would go on the pub crawl with these two guys and actually be a part of this tradition. We were in a small village near Perth, but there were plenty of pubs. The guys would play in the pubs, which the people there loved. They would get a drink and then on to the next. It was freezing, trying to snow, and I wondered if the kilt was practical on such a cold night, and then I realised I was in a dress with the same problem too. When we got back, the party was in full swing. Bobby was covered in sweat doing his crazy dancing. My new friends, the pipers, piped the new year in. It's now 1999. We danced the night away and eventually went to bed. Vicky and Rob were going to get a surprise as Big Brother Andy had turned their room upside down. You can take the rugby out of a player, but you can't take away their mischievousness. We definitely had a great evening and welcomed 1999 in with style. We had one more night left, and when we got up, we went for a walk around Perth. That evening was karaoke and lots of dancing. I am so pleased we had this time. It was amazing. Good company, good atmosphere, good food, and most of all, good and loving friends. Bobby died of cancer a number of years ago, but his spirit and love for life is still with me. He showed me that happiness with oneself, being different, kind and caring, makes life so much more purposeful and real. He taught me to deal with problems head on, and not to be afraid of walking away and letting go of people, places and things that stifle who you really are. Live a life of peace and love and be around people who also vibrate on the same wavelength. Life comes and goes, and it's up to us to embrace it, learn from it, and grow into a better person because of it. Life will be cruel, will be harsh, and will let you down, But with self-love and good loving friends, it can be an amazing journey, filled with love, happiness, and inner peace. End of chapter. Chapter 21. The Grand Fur. No one understands me, and neither do I. Even if you are on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there. Will Rogers. The journey to my new home was long, about 2 hours. I was pushed into the back of the ambulance, strapped in my bed, travelling backwards, which always made me feel sick, and why I tried to avoid this position if ever I travelled by train. I was always better being the driver on long journeys, or at least sat in the front, or I would get travel sickness. One ambulance man drove. The other sat on the side of me, also travelling backwards. I was amazed he sat reading his phone for most of the journey, a thing that would have definitely guaranteed me vomiting. I kept talking to myself, close your eyes, go to sleep, then you won't be sick. The weather was very heavy rainfall, and we travelled on the faster roads similar to motorways in the UK. There were 2 windows in the doors of the back of the ambulance, and I could see the weather and the traffic behind us. It was so scary. For me, the traffic behind travelled so close to the back of the ambulance, even in the bad and wet road conditions that the torrential downpour was causing. I was so scared that we were going to be hit and have an accident. I have never understood why people drive so close behind other vehicles. What do they gain from doing that? I was taught by Betty, my advanced driving instructor, to leave at least 1.5 to 2 car spaces between the car in front and yourself, and always have done. It makes logical sense. You have left yourself enough braking space even in wet or bad conditions. Also, you not only see the car in front of you and what it is doing, but the car in front of that car and what it's doing too. If the car in front of you isn't paying attention and the car in front of them, for whatever reason, has to brake suddenly, you are able to see that even if the car in front of you doesn't. What is the point of being so close to the car in front? It's not only dangerous, but not nice for the driver in front to have the pressure put on them by an impatient idiot that's up their arse. That's exactly what the cars and trucks were doing on this fast motorway in very wet, heavy, rainy conditions. I had no option but to see them because of the position I was put in within the ambulance. My whole being was tense with fear. I closed my eyes and prayed we would arrive safely. We were heading for a place called the Grand Fur in Niort. Niort was about 40 minutes away from the place I lived, so I was pleased it made it easier for visitors. I was lucky that the rehabilitation place was closer to home. It could easily have been further away. When we arrived, I was pushed into the reception area, while the ambulance men handed in the paperwork. I was sort of in a bit of a daze. There were people around, most being in wheelchairs, but I was exhausted and not paying much attention. I was asked a few questions. Did I want to request a single room or share with someone? I would share. Did I want a TV or a phone? I said I wasn't bothered about the TV or the phone. And I later found out they all cost extra money anyway. My ambulance men took me down some corridors looking for my room. When found, they pushed me in and transferred me into a different bed world, which would soon have an extension to it in the form of a wheelchair. I said goodbye and gave my thanks for getting me here safely. They had no idea how petrified I had been throughout that long journey. It was the 18th of May 2016, and according to the paperwork, I was admitted to the Grand Fair at 1400 hours, so I'd been in Nantes Hospital about 6.5 weeks. Once in my new bed world, this lovely lady came to see me with an equally lovely man. They took my details, explained things, and said I didn't need to go down to the restaurant area that evening to eat. They would bring my food to my room. They also informed me that the physio and doctor would come and see me. The room was designed for wheelchair access, including the bathroom within the room. I was on my own, not sharing. I think I had always been allocated a single room because of my length of stay, my extensive disabilities, and probably because my French wasn't fluent. Whatever the reason, the question at my administration of "do you want a single room" being pointless. Maybe if I had requested one, they could have charged me more. Just saying. Having listened to my recordings at Nantes Hospital and put them in chapters, I will now just write my experience at the Grand Fair from my recordings, adding anything that I remember as I write the chapter. This, I believe, will bring a more accurate writing about my actual feelings and psychological health as I try and get some sort of normal life back. In Nantes, I was sort of cocooned and protected from the outside world. My bed world being tiny but safe, a place I could have easily decided to stay in, because the other journey that I was about to embark on was one hell of a journey, in a physically, mentally, psychological and spiritual way. A journey that revealed hidden truths, cruelty of my fellow man, blatant lies, cowardice, narcissism, bullying, mental and physical torture, pain, desperation, loneliness, heartbreak, which all took me to depths of darkness that are impossible to describe. I would also be taken down a path of sheer injustice, corruption, lies, cover-ups, non-lawful behaviour, ill-treatment, prejudice, omission of information, manipulation of information, loss of evidence, mysterious loss of vital evidence, violation of my basic human rights, all from the people and establishments we are brought up to trust and believe in, the ones given power and resources to get away with it. But the pen is more powerful than the sword, a thing I didn't know at the time. The clue being in my unknown reason for wanting to record my experiences within the first few weeks of my accident. Now, an obvious, divinely guided action that would allow the truth to eventually be exposed years later. On this journey, as I stumbled over boulders placed in my path, with all my mind to move them to one side, I would find the tiniest particle of goodness shining up at me, showing me hope, love, encouragement, support, and understanding, all wrapped in kindness. Amongst the many boulders, dirt, and obstacles, these particles were very few in number, but their shine and sparkle never wavered as I reached out towards them. They were shining some light along this treacherous, dark, lonely path. these hidden treasures giving hope and guidance as my whole being was about to fall off the path over the sheer drop that the darkness was beckoning me to. I will always be grateful and never forget these people of kindness. My recordings were difficult for me to listen to, but by listening, putting it down on paper, not sugarcoating it, I will set myself free from these cruel tetherings. My heart's desire is to set others free too. Some may read this and also have situations and experiences that continue to bind them. We have a right to be free of cruelty, injustice and fear. For all our soul craves is a peaceful and a loving existence. My first recordings at the Gron Fair.
It's Wednesday night. I think it's the 18th of May. Today I moved. This morning, after another good sleep, I had a shower. Two nice girls. The girl that's the student is going back to the island just off Madagascar, and the other girl who's going to London for a week in July. So they're good fun. I took me straight into the shower after breakfast and washed my hair and managed to do that. Then the nurse started redressing my legs, but then the guy came for me to go down for x-rays, so they only dressed one leg, so the other leg really needs looking at, in the sense of it's where they pulled the barbecue skewers out. So the dressing's been on 2 days, so hopefully tomorrow here they'll change that. Went down for my x-rays, came back, missed the physio, although she came back and we did a little bit on my shoulder. Said my goodbyes. Doctor came, said my goodbyes, thanked him. Psychiatrist came for 5 minutes and whatever, said goodbye. And then it was just waiting for the ambulance. 2 guys arrived, and we set off. I was late, so I had to go backwards. One of the guys sat next to me because I was obviously on a trolley, and the other guy obviously drove. It rained. But absolutely bizarre to be outside, seeing green and seeing all the stuff within buildings. It was really as if I'd just entered another world. It's as if I'd been cocooned. I don't know. It must be the feeling people do when they've got out of jail, really. You just suddenly see all these trees and these buildings and this space, and you've been looking at 4 walls for weeks or months or whatever. So it's a bit surreal, really. It's a bit weird. So journey went bad. I decided I'd just sleep because the guy he wasn't playing on his phone, he was reading stuff on his phone. How he can read in a car, I have no idea. I'd only have to try and send a text, and I'd be feeling sick and headachy. So I admire him for the fact, and the size of writing, oh blimey, it's tiny. They're all going to end up with bad eyes, this generation. But anyway, got here, checked in. The bizarre thing is, they said, do I want a single room or will I share? If I have a single room and the insurance don't cover it, it will be $45 a night. a day, night, whatever. I said, oh, I'll just share, thinking, I don't really want to share. So, blah, 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 loads of blah, blah, blah. We had to leave 50, well, I didn't know, but I had to leave €50 for the telephone. And I won't use the telephone because it's so expensive. I won't use the television because it's so expensive. So, found the place. It's quite a big place, this, and I'm in a single room. And the guy, the ambulance driver, said, oh, is it so for insurance? They probably haven't got any double rooms, he says. They're just, if you choose to be in a single room, then there's an excuse for them to charge you more on your complimentary insurance. I says, God, that's a right clean scam. So I'm hoping that it's documented that I chose to be in a shared room, and so they shouldn't ask for any money off Alliance just for the privilege of a single room, when we came to the conclusion they probably don't have any anyway. Bit naughty, but probably not bordering on illegal, but very naughty, really. Because how would anybody know there were no double rooms? But it's funny because there was a piece of paper with my name on, with some information on, in this single room. So I'm never going to go into a double room if there are any double rooms. Just naughty. That's one thing that's really depressing. I won't let it depress me. Is annoyance. Is everything's about how much money you can get out of people. But hey, let's hope they haven't got that out of us, because we can't afford to pay at the end of my stay $45 a night. I might be here 2 months. Hopefully not. So, met everybody, met the doctor, blah blah blah. I'm having physio twice a day, 11:30 and 4:30 each day, but tomorrow it's not quite that, and blah blah blah, and there's a bit of a difference, but possibility to be able to go home at weekends, and just generally in a bed, waiting to see what happens. Unfortunately, they've gave me tea in the room and they're giving me breakfast in the room, but I have to go down to the restaurant for the dinner. But I have no clothes, I've only got a night shirt. So Rob and the boys came tonight, so he's going to have to go back because he didn't bring me any clothes. So he's going to have to come back tomorrow night. But at least it's only 40 minutes away, so an hour at most, really. So that must be easier for him. So let's see what happens. Quite sad today though. Not that I was leaving the place, but some good people have looked after me. Sad to say goodbye to the doctor, although I've got to go back in 6 weeks, I think. So generally, I've got here. Let the next phase begin.
7 minutes. Some of my first recordings at the Grand Fair were very emotional. I was very upset. I sound as if I have a cold, but I was so upset and crying throughout the following 6-minute recordings. My first full day at the Grand Fair.
Well, it's the first day at the new place. Fine, everybody's really nice. Totally different place. They've had to lend me some clothes because I've no clothes, because I had to go, dinner time I had to go down to the restaurant for my dinner. Awkward person with lots of problems. Established this English woman who's been here on and off a year. My God, everybody's been here so long. She's got various problems with her leg, and she's got an infection and blah blah blah. So I think now in the end of this month she's actually having most of the leg off. So but she's quite an elderly woman. She's had some strokes, so she can't remember French, so she was glad to speak English. And fine, okay. I really don't want to be here too long. If I can work really hard and get out quick. But I do think you go home at weekend. It seems to me it's hard to get in here, but once you get in here, you can't get out. But that might just be me just reading it wrong. Today, yeah, fine. Had a shower, really good. They put you on the table and then shower you in the room, in the bathroom. That's the next to your room. Really nice girls. I went for dinner, came back, and just had a sleep. So all the time they've been moving me into this chair, like wheelchair. And then this guy arrived. Was it Christoph, I think he's called, to take me down for physio. So he moved me. They have this like plastic thing to slip you onto the actual chair, which I don't know if it's any good or not, but anyway, you have to do what you're told. Oh, I'm like an idiot. So they make you put your hand on the arm of the wheelchair. So that means I'm out of control of my leg. And he pulled me across, biggish guy, just pulled me across and just forgot about my legs. And friggin' nightmare. Sent me into loads of pain. And then I wasn't happy then going to physio, so I'm all upset going to physio. But she only really measured me and did a little bit. She didn't really do much for me at all. But the thing is now, I think it's now where my scar is. God, I'm so soft. Where my scar is, I've got loads of pain. I think it's just ribs, maybe muscles in my stomach. Because I obviously screamed and tried to, I couldn't get hold of it. Bloody legs, the adult. Nightmare. But it was so just boom, boom, boom. The thing you just. So I think it might set me back about a week. So, fine. Then I have him all the time apparently. So then he came back for me and put me in bed. But at least I've got like a thing above my bed that I can grab hold of. So with all my strength, I take as much of my body weight as I can. And so we got back into bed reasonably well, with no problem. But if I'd gone have him every day, I was scared. But I'm sure he'll be slower next time. Right. Anyway, it's stupid. So, yeah, not bad sleep last night. The boys came yesterday. I didn't bring many books. No clothes. I had to borrow some clothes. Didn't know really, but I have no way of talking to him. He has brought me Eric's phone, but I still can't talk to him because he's not got any credit on it. And it's complicated, well it is for me. But at least he can phone me. And I did manage to phone him. Well, the nurse phoned him for me this morning. Just to say, can you bring some shoes and socks as well? And some towels. So that's all good. But I might have already said this, but the boys came and yeah, Harvey left tears do come up, and it really passed the time away last night. I'm sure now it's not far off tea time. I don't really want to go to a restaurant. I might ask him if I can just stay here because I'm waiting for my Marie. So we'll see if he'll let me or not. He probably won't let me, but I've got a bit of fruit and stuff, I can always eat that. And all's good, I suppose. The only problem is I was still upset when the doctor came in. I don't like him seeing me upset, because you've potentially put you on bloody antidepressants, which I don't want any more tablets. She already brought me $2 panning for me pain. Anyway, upwards and onwards. Sure it'll be a better day tomorrow.
6 minutes. In the above recording at the Grand Fair, I was very upset, possibly because I had hurt myself, and the reality of the extent of my disabilities slapped me in the face. In Nantes Hospital, I didn't have to physically participate in life, but now I had to, and the future didn't look good. My subconscious was afraid of the what-ifs. What if I never walked again? What if I stayed in a wheelchair for the rest of my life? What if I can never do anything again? Never go for a walk, never garden, never dance, never train, never be independent, and never be me again. Fear being very powerful and, if allowed, a destructive force, but it can also give you strength when you face it head on. There is a Japanese proverb which says, "Fear is only as deep as the mind allows." I believe that my emotionally upset mind, seen on this recording, was the beginning of a very long battle with my mind that had just witnessed my accident, a very traumatic event, with more trauma ultimately being added to it in the following months and years by various sources. My mind and soul craving healing and peace, but its environment not permitting it. It must be noted that I went on to have a good relationship with Christopher. He was a very caring and kind person. It was just unfortunate that on my first meeting, he didn't realise my injuries, especially the fact that my groin was all stitched up. I also think on this first recording, the beginning of how I was going to be treated by those around me was starting to occur. It took me a very long time to realise it, but the person I was before, doing everything for everyone, often while they watched, being extremely reliable, hard-working and spinning loads of plates all at the same time, no longer existed. I was now a burden, a strain on their energy, something that didn't sit well, and down the line his true colours were shown. This next recording was after a few days of being at the Grand Fair.
Hi, well, it's the early hours of Sunday morning. I've just been massaging my knee because it's quite stiff and painful. But I'm not on morphine anymore. And I am. When not always taking the dolly pan, I get two red capsule things which are for the stubby ear. So I think they're still to do with nerves and just looking after him. how long have I been here now? Got here Wednesday. So I had Thursday, first physio of the day that the guy hurt me. And I was really upset. Boys and Harvey, the boys and Rob came on the Wednesday, and then Rob came back on the Thursday with some clothes. I wasn't too bad actually, but at least they phoned me up because they've left me Eric's phone, which hasn't got any credit on it, but it doesn't matter. At least Rob can give me a quick ring, and then he doesn't have to come because he's got so much to do at the house. He's here on Monday afternoon because we have to have a meeting about what they aim to do with me, and I suppose the outcomes really and timescales maybe. Physio is good. You have to go, so twice a day you have to go. Yesterday I actually wheeled myself around. The only thing is I'm going to have to watch the hand, because the hand that I can only wheel with is broken, and I must remember that I don't want to pull that back. These fingers feel, especially little finger and the next one, feel, especially on the morning, not right, stiff, and they don't sit right when you fold them. They seem to overlap each other, so I'll have to really, but I can't massage the hand. I'm not able to massage the hand. So I stretch it and everything and try and move it, but I'm just going to have to be careful. I think too eager about pushing myself, although it gives me independence, and I'm just trying to do as much stuff so I can get some weekends at home. And I thought we were going to have a fairly boring weekend, stuck in my room. But a lot of people go home at weekends, so the restaurant, they call it a restaurant, it's more like a canteen really, but the restaurant is half empty because people go home at weekends. But I was fortunate to have visitors. I had 3. I had the Golden Girls with Sheila's new friend. Not Sheila's new friend, Sheila's old friend, who had come over to look at some houses, and she actually put an offer and it was accepted on, it consists of 2 houses just outside Secondini. So she was really happy. She was lovely. I'm so pleased for Sheila because she'll have a good friend around, which she needs because she's had a bit of a rough time. So I'm going to stop because I think I'm going to come in. Light's just gone on. Well, if I stop, I stop. So that was good.
4 minutes.
I am back. They did come in. I always pretend to be asleep because I think at least they report back that I'm sleeping well. I'm just going to do everything so that I look like I try and dress myself, although the bra's quite difficult. I don't even know why I'm wearing one. I've lost that much weight. I probably haven't mentioned it, and if I have, I'll repeat myself. But a few days ago, probably. Yeah. Only yesterday, probably. I went taken into the bathroom and stripped onto the waist to be left to wash myself. and it's the first time I've seen a mirror. God, that was scary. I have no muscle whatsoever. I just look like a little wizened up old lady. It shows you your body just feeds off itself, but if you don't use muscle, it just disappears. So that's my aim. One of the reasons I want to push myself, not just for independence, is to keep, because it's building up my arm and all sorts of muscle. But at least I suppose I have the knowledge and the desire. So now what I'm doing, because I now can move around in my room, because the chair's a bit uncomfy to be honest, is I can exercise in the mirror, and the stubby is quite stiff. I'm sure I've got a frozen shoulder, tennis elbow and golfer's elbow, but it will improve. Shame I can't get more massage on the shoulder. Physios here are all about, like they are in England, degrees of movement. They move you, but they don't think of massaging you beforehand. Because if your muscles are all in spasm, there's no way you're going to be able to move. So if they spent an hour massaging everybody, which they won't, then you'd get far more movement. So that's what I've just done, and I do twice a day. I massage everything. I've just found, and I think it was from the machine in the hospital, that my right leg adductor muscle going right into the groin is in spasm compared to the other side. I think it's the machine, because I did feel a bit of a groin strain after I left on it for over half an hour. So I'm massaging that because that leads right down to my knee and will affect the movement of the knee, the bending of the leg. So that's my new obsession, is to try and get that out of spasm, but it's quite stiff. But if I can reduce it, it might give me more flexibility in my knee. Besides everything else is so stiff. But we have to keep going. Yesterday, Saturday, a physio did come into the room, which I don't think is that normal, and moved me quite a bit. My toes have been a bit inflamed since, but I suppose I've got to move yet, so I'm massaging them as well, because my feet look swollen and my ankles look not very much, but more. I know my ankles were always skinny, and you could see the tendons and the veins, so I know that there is swelling there. So I yawn on this thing. So the Golden Girls, brilliant. They were here for quite a while. Myrtle May is going on Friday, which she's a big pig. I feel sad that I'm not there at the end. I always said my job was, if I decided that we were going to be self-sufficient and eat the meat, my job was to be there at the end, no matter how upsetting it could be. I think I owe it to the animals, and I wasn't there at the end for Christoph, the male pig we had. I wasn't there at the end for Marcus. I don't think I'm going to be there at the end for Myrtle May. But the only problem I've got is that Dolly is pregnant again. And I really don't want her to stay with Buster on her own. I probably would. But it means keeping Myrtle May quite a bit longer. I would have probably got Dolly up into the barn when she was near to giving birth, and left them two. So he's going to be on his own. I think he's going to have to watch, Rob's going to have to watch him, because if he starts mounting her when she's pregnant, that could not be a good idea. So I'm a bit worried about that. But he'll have to get this over with, and then I think, I can't even see Dolly to see what stage of a pregnancy she's in, but they need separating really, and you can't really separate them because he'll just burst through the fence to get to the female. I don't know. I'm not worrying about it. I'm just putting it in the hands of God. Please God, and just hope everything goes well for everybody. And that Dolly, I'm hoping it's 3 months, 3 weeks and 3 days for a pig. So I should possibly be home. I'm not saying I'll be home for the births, but I can at least talk to Dolly. The animals, I brought them up from babies, so they're just so used to me. And animals are not stupid. I really think if the world doesn't get its act on this intensive farming, there's going to be an animal farm episode. There's definitely going to be a revolution. The pigs and everything else will either, I don't know, it's just, I hate it. I hate the intensive way. I hate cruelty, really. And people would argue, oh well, you kill your own animals or whatever. But they've had a good life and there's no stress involved. There might be a little bit of stress. I think Marcus was a bit stressed because he don't like being contained. That he was just a boisterous billy goat, really. Anyway, so that's my aim, not only for the kids and Rob and to get out of here, but I want to be back with the life that I chose to live. I think I had a bad moment a few days ago because I'm in the restaurant, I'm in the physio, surrounded by handicapped people, some quite handicapped, and I just didn't want to be handicapped. I just didn't want to admit I was handicapped. Here I am, in a wheelchair. People, if I'm, like yesterday for example, I'm slow pushing the chair because it's a bit complicated because I've only got one hand and you've got to get used to which one you do and which one you don't do. So I'm slow. But then if somebody comes whose feet, say if they've got shoulder problems, they'll push you in. So I'm being pushed in by other handicapped people, and I'm thinking, in my head I think, I'm not handicapped, but I am. I have to accept that, and that was the hardest thing. To be honest, the film, The One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, has entered my mind many a time. And I thought, all I need to now see is Jack Nicholas walking around. And that'll be it. That's how I feel, really. I don't belong here, but I'm sure everybody else must feel the same. But it is the place I need to be. I've got enough intelligence to work that out, but I don't really want to be here. So all I can do is work really hard, do what they say, and get the hell out of here. But everybody I talk to seems to have been here for minimum 6 months. But I don't know. Anyway, so I am feeling more optimistic, if that's the right word. I'm sure I'll continue to have my moments of up and down. But I'm surrounded by magazines and books, so that's all I can do. Put the radio on, got the charger back, the radio on and read. But that's it. What else have I got to say? Don't know. I do think probably the care that you receive here, I cannot complain about the amount of care that I've had. I would hope I would have got the same if I was in England or Australia, but I'm not sure. I just think I was lucky I got taken to Nantes. Very, very good hospital. But I don't know. I suppose you wish you weren't ever experiencing hospitals. I said to the Golden Girls yesterday, God, I've had a pre-run of what getting old's like. Having your bum cleaned for you by a man, having somebody turning you, everybody having to help you. I said, so, it's not good. Old age, you've got to keep fit and healthy and hope nothing comes your way. Sheila's brilliant, she's 65 and she's probably got less aches and pains than any of us. You've just got to keep active. I would love to set up a rehabilitation place, not for just for me, a gym. I've got some of the equipment, got the know-how, got the desire. I've just got to find a little place, and I would allow some people, would allow some members, not as a money-making thing, but just if anybody's beginning in an operation or just wants to get some fitness, there isn't much around where we live at all. In fact, I think the nearest place is probably 30 minutes away, and that's a gymnasium, and not many people want to go to a gym. Like, it'll be like one of these franchise gyms, I would think. So we'll see what the future brings. I've just got to keep working, keep positive, and accept my downtimes, deal with them, and move forward.
$15.
It's still Sunday. It's probably 11ish. We haven't been down for dinner yet. But I just wanted to say,
12 seconds.
Sorry, I got disturbed. The guy came to take me for dinner. So it was 12:30, but I just wanted to report in at about probably then 12ish, half 11, 12ish. I went to the toilet, in the sense that I sat on a toilet. The girl was really good. It depends who you get. If you've got experience and know what they're doing. She said, do you want the bassin or do you want the toilet? I went, can I go to the toilet? So I did the toilet. Bit hard in the sense of wobbly, but she was really good. And there you go. I even flushed it afterwards. Yay! I've been to a toilet. First time in about 7.5 weeks. People take so much for granted. Just being able to go to the toilet. It's just, I don't know. Amazing. Bye.
1 minute.
It's now Tuesday, early hours of the morning. probably towards the end of May, I'm not sure of the date. Quite a few things have happened. My first weekend was okay, although I did overdo it trying to wheel myself in my wheelchair. So I'm stopping that because my left wrist just inflamed a little bit, so I've got to really protect him. So I just now let them push me down to dinner and the restaurant, and I can push myself around the room. As you know, I did the toilet a few days ago and did it again yesterday. I also managed to sit in a shower chair rather than the bed. So I'm trying hard just to be independent. Being lucky with visitors. You might know that on Saturday the Golden Girls arrived, which I told you about, and then on Sunday Phil and Sharon arrived. Just really nice, so the weekend passed fairly quickly. Yesterday, Monday, I had all the nurse and the doctors and everybody came to see me. I told him that I'm only on 2 tablets now for the phantom. In that arm, I told him that every time I took the tablet, it just went buzzy and quite painful. So he's reduced the medication from 100 to 75, which I think may be better. I suppose I won't know for a couple of days. I also have my new physio, Frederick, who I feel is very good, very gentle, very good, very methodic, very hands-on. He had me sitting over the end of a bench with both legs bent. Amazing. The only thing is, I've just given them all a good massage. And I don't seem to be able to bend it, but only it's a certain amount, so just patience, keep going. I've only had 2 sessions with him. Yesterday also, Rob came over and Martin came with him to have a meeting with everybody to ask about what we aim to do. And so, good meeting. It's always difficult because it's all in French, but I understood most of it. Basically, everybody was there, the girl that helps you rehabilitate, the physio, the nurse, the student nurse, the lady that helps you in your room, and the doctor, obviously. Yes, so basically they want to know what your aims are, so I wanted to be walking. I said running, thinking, well, if I get running, that means I'm good at walking. I don't really particularly want to run, but I thought if I aim a bit higher, I might come somewhere in the middle. Gardening, cooking, and weight training. I told him that, unknown sir, no way will I ever be able to do ironing again. So the doctor says, so that's your job then, Rob. But it was more of a joke. If I tried, I could probably try to iron if I have to. But if I can get out of that job, I really will. How was your horn on this thing? But the good news was that I thought I was just having a plastic hand that he just stuck on, just so I didn't frighten everybody when I was out. But it is going to be connected up to muscle. Robotic, I think. Which is gonna well and truly please our Elliot. I'm like, don't know the level of advancements they've made in this area, so hey, I just said, oh, thank you, it's a cadeau, it's a present, because I was told in Nantes that it would just be a plastic thing that I just stuck on end. This woman came round and told me. I never really asked the doctor, but the woman came round and told me. She said, oh no, it's not functional, it won't more. Just so you put it on when you go to the restaurant, or so to have robotic, have it and connected up to your muscles, it's going to be good. That'll be an interesting challenge. I did ask them if they'd put a Swiss Army knife in there just for the convenience, or even a torch in my hand, but I don't know if that's possible. It was a joke anyway. What else? So yesterday, Monday, was busy. Kathy and Dave called in. I only got to see him for 10 minutes because I had to go back down for my physio. Fine, lovely to see him. Kathy's got loads of things going on with her veins and all sorts of stuff. She's got more appointments than me. So then in the evening, Jenny came. So that was really nice, had a good chat. I hope she must have got out because she didn't come back here. But she stayed a bit. You're supposed to leave at 8:30, so I'm sure she got out alright. And while she was here, I got a phone call from Kay and Dennis, back from their few days at Scarborough. And also yesterday, Claire rang, but she could hear that with other people there, so she's going to ring today at 3 to have a good chat with her, and they're here on Friday. So Jenny's picking them up. Jenny's doing their house for them and everything, so good. All is good. So that was a busy Monday. Another big thing was the girl come to the room who organised, it was arranged the meeting that she could come and see, because I obviously want to get home at weekends, so she could come and see the facilities at home. So in a fortnight, on a Monday, we're going, she's taking me home to see how we get on and what facilities we have. So Rob might have to do a little bit of preparation for that, but it's got to be good news. So I don't see, fortunately we've got a shower in the toilet downstairs, but you've just got to be able to get the wheelchair in the house. And which is not a problem for the room, there might be a little problem getting to the shower. I don't know how big the gap is. Once you're in the bathroom, it's big, but there is. I suppose you could remove it. There's just freezers, so can't remember how big the gap is. But if Rob measures the wheelchair, he can fudge stuff around so that when she arrives, there's an easy passage through to the bathroom. So all good, I hope. So I'm going to try and get some more sleep now. See how life goes.
10 minutes.
It's Wednesday morning, early hours. I just can't sleep, which is normal, so what I do is exercise my shoulder and stubby, try and massage my legs, and then hopefully I go back to sleep. Yesterday was okay. I went out to do some work in the garden with 3 other people. 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. The sun was quite shining, quite hot. So it's the first time Stubby's seen the outdoor world. And we just weeded some areas that were in containers, quite big containers, high for wheelchairs. And tomorrow, Thursday, weather permitting, we're planting something. Don't know what we're planting. So yeah, good to get outside. Also, while I was in physio, a guy came up and introduced himself, and next week he's looking at the muscles for the robotic arm. And today at 10ish, I've got the meeting with the social worker, but Martin's written everything down, so hopefully that'll be fairly straightforward. And then Rob says, well, the insurance company's coming to see me, so I don't know what that'll be about. Yeah. Claire rang, good, had a good long chat. And that's it really. And I need to get a bit of food in here really, because I'm starving now. I've got these dry rice cakes, and I know Rob can't get to shops, but as soon as he can, I don't go to breakfast, I have fruit in the room. Dinner's not too bad, but tea's, I never quite like tea that much. I just feel I need something to nibble at certain times, just to get the edge off, when you're feeling a bit, you need some carbs. So I have to be a bit more organised with that. And what else? Went to the toilet again. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. Might have been yesterday or the day before, where I actually, after the toilet, dressed myself and put myself in the chair. One girl come in and went, well, the girl went, you haven't got your x-rays back yet, we don't know whether you should be doing that. But I know this foot's alright, a bit wobbly, but it's alright for a while. The good foot, which had the barbecues in, I think it can take standing. I stand more on my heel than my toes at the moment. So, there you have it.
Three minutes. As can be seen, my life and daily routine rapidly changed once at the Grand Fair, a shock to my system and disabled and weak body. The mental challenge was also there, but I felt progress would be and could be made if I participated and worked hard with the expert guidance that was being offered to me. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Study must come first, and a trip to China. The most wonderful motivational speeches that I have ever heard came from people who told me I couldn't do something. I was bound and determined to show them that I could. C.T. Fletcher. It's 1999. I had to put all my energy into finishing my master's degree. I had a meeting with my tutor and he told me it wasn't probably going to pass and I needed to make some adjustments. Redo my paper of 20,000 words in the style that the university wanted. He was a lovely tutor and I was lucky to have him. He gave me some guidance and he said he needed it done in a month so he could check it again. He also suggested that it may be a good idea to defer the master's paper part of my degree and do it next year. No way was I going to do that. If I did, like some of my fellow students had done, that would be another year of stressing over it. No, as C.T. Fletcher says, I was bound and determined to show them that I could. I had a couple of days of self-pity and crying and saying how could I get this done. Then I kicked my own arse and got on with it. Getting on with it was locking myself away until 4 a.m, rewriting my dissertation. I still had my clinic to run, but now I was not working with any rugby teams. In 4 weeks it was done. I had my meeting with my tutor and he was pleased. He couldn't believe I had rewritten my paper. So it was sent to Bangor University. We then had our last weekend at the York College in April 1999, after 4 years and a lot of hard work. We had a great group of students who helped each other through the demanding course. We had got to the finish line. On the 29th of May 1999, with our cap and gown proudly worn, we graduated. My mum and dad always giving their support, and my grandma Walker at another of my graduations. Grandad Sam Walker had died, but I am sure he was beside my grandma watching on. I did get my master's, and it was thanks to help and support from my fellow students and my tutor who gave me the opportunity to prove I could do it. Out of the 8 students who did their masters, only 5 passed. I was one of those 5. My studies didn't end there. I was still studying Chinese medicine with Shu Lang Tang at her college in Manchester, the Shenzhen College. I had a couple of years left there, finishing in 2001. Being so interested in the herbal side, I also, in 1999 to 2000, did the Northern's Diploma in Chinese Patent Herbal Medicine. Patents were traditional herbal formulas thousands of years old that were put into wan, pill form, so the person didn't have to boil up a bag of Chinese herbs and then drink it. Then in 2001, I continued at York and the Northern College of Acupuncture and started a 3-year diploma in Chinese herbal medicine, which would finish in 2004. Also, between 2002 and 2003, I went back to Dabtak in Dewsbury, the college I had done my A-levels way back in 1984, to do the 7407 teaching diploma. If all this studying wasn't enough, plus running my busy clinic, which now offered traditional Chinese acupuncture, which meant I could offer patients so much more than rehabilitation and treatment of injuries, I was still hitting the weights at the gym. I still did manage another adventure at the end of 1999. The reason I wanted to add acupuncture to my treatments was because I wanted to treat the whole person. Yes, I could identify an injury and give treatment which helped to fix it, but I always knew that I was only part of this process. A person's whole being had to recover too. If they weren't eating right, sleeping right, thinking right, or moving right, the recovery would be slow or never happen. Traditional Chinese acupuncture treats the mind, body, and the spirit of an individual. Being injured affects the whole person. For example, an injury or any disability can create stress and depression. The injury gives stress of pain, discomfort, and if not able to work, stress about money, about losing a job, losing a place in the team of the sport that one loves. The therapist has a huge responsibility and effect on so much more than the actual physical problem that is presented to them. With adding traditional acupuncture to my treatments, I felt I could treat the whole person. My master's research was about the menopause and hot flushes, and being Shulan's student with her vast knowledge and an expert of treating gynecological problems, I became interested in infertility both for men and women. If I had continued studying and maybe done a doctorate, this would have been the area I would have researched into. It fascinated me. Giving a couple a precious gift they thought they could never have was also a gift given to the practitioner who helped them. I am so pleased and grateful to say that there are a few bungles of joy in the Yorkshire area that I helped to be born into this world. Chinese medicine is powerful and logical when administered by well-trained and knowledgeable people. It is such a shame that the West dilute it to fit into their political and profit-driven boxes, taking away the core purpose of traditional Chinese medicine, which is to treat the whole person as an individual, not as a symptom, to heal that individual's mind, body and spirit at the same time. Any symptom just being a small part of a much bigger picture, which often Western treatment and medicine don't put into the equation. My adventure at the end of 1999 was a trip to China. Shulang was going back to her hometown to sort out some business and to visit some hospitals and her old university. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see China in a real way, not as a tourist. Shulang was a well-respected and famous Chinese practitioner, and we were even invited for a meal at the British consul in Nanjing. We flew to Shanghai, did some sightseeing and had a New Year's party in the hotel before going to Nanjing. China was very Chinese in the late 90s, but you could see the influence of the West creeping in. McDonald's had arrived, but soon would be followed by the other fast food giants. We went to places not normally visited by Westerners, visiting Shulang's village, parents, temples, and Shulang's herb factory. We brought in the millennium in Shanghai, the entertainment being quite different than the year before. No bagpipes, but a good evening. China is full of tradition and history, the temples being so colourful with great ancient Buddhas that you can pray to, a very peaceful and atmospheric place. We then went to Nanjing University, a place Shulang had studied and lectured at. We had a tour of the classrooms and Nanjing Hospital, including its herbal department. Imagine that in Western hospitals, a choice between nature's cure or chemical-filled medicine. Don't get me wrong, if it wasn't for drugs after my accident, I probably would have died from maybe an infection, and having to have operation after operation, it was made possible due to Western medicine. But the big pharmacy doctoring has so much power that it slowly and quietly gets rid of any competition, even that provided by Mother Nature. My visit to China was for 2 weeks, but it was cut short because I was extremely ill. So I returned to the UK after 10 days with Maria, who worked for Shulang in Manchester. Maria was English and had worked for Shulang for a number of years. A lovely, fun person to be around. The day before I left to go to Shulang's house in Manchester, I was working, and a number of people were recovering from the bug that had affected them over Christmas. I think I got the virus then. By the time I was at Shulang's, I had a fever. She boiled me up some spring onions and ginger to help disperse the fever. We got our long flight to China from Manchester Airport, and boy did I feel weak. The plane wasn't full, and there was one advantage to how I looked. Nobody wanted to come near me. The coughing had started and people kept their distance. The advantage of that was I had a row of seats to myself, and so spent most of the flight laid out trying to sleep when my cough allowed me to. I took the pain herbs that Shulang gave me, but I was so ill and weak. For the first day I just stayed in bed. It took me an hour to get the strength to walk to the toilet, an extremely difficult task. When the others returned, Shulang suggested the hospital, but I didn't want to go into a place I didn't understand the language. That would turn out to be ironic nearly 20 years later. I felt a little better a day later and joined the group. I was still weak, but Maria took care of me, and everyone helped me. I didn't miss out on much, but knew if there was a chance to return home, I should take it. Maria was flying back home earlier than us, so I came home with her. We nearly missed our connecting flight in Amsterdam. The security checked our bags, so all my Chinese herbs took one look at me and let us through. I don't think he wanted to get what I had. The trip had been very informative and a fantastic experience, even though I wasn't feeling my best. I think I got a glimpse of China before it dramatically changed to be more Western. I probably wouldn't recognise the places that I visited if I visited them now. Change is inevitable, but sometimes it comes with a price, like in many countries. China's sacrifice for progress was the more simple, more real and soul-filled ways that a long tradition had offered. I know that traditional ways offer many challenges, but at least these traditional challenges are visible and not hidden under bureaucracy, power games and profit agendas. I think a little more balance between the two would bring about a more real and happier existence. I was still quite ill when I got back home. The cough was constant and I felt quite weak. A lot of people in Yorkshire and the UK had got this bug. I had to smile because there was all this media stuff warning everyone about the millennium bug that would affect the computers. When 2000 arrived, it wasn't the computers that suffered the virus, but a whole lot of humans. End of chapter. Chapter 23. A friend for Stubby life at the Grand Fair, and visits home. Better to be slapped with a truth than kissed with a lie. Buddha.
Well, it's about 1 a.m. on Thursday morning. So I've had my first week at the rehabilitation place. Over the last couple of days, to get you up to speed, I had a meeting with a social worker who basically didn't know if I should stay with her or the other social worker. So now I've been put with the other social worker because they can find you employment. So we'll have to just see what happens with that. I don't have a meeting with her for another 10 days probably. Next week I've got a meeting with the guy for the robotic, just to test my muscles, I think, on Stubby's arm. What other things have I got? Oh yeah, tomorrow, tennis insurance company is coming, whoever's coming to visit me. Mark's coming as well. So I don't know if it's general procedure or what's happening, but we'll see, won't we? What do I think about my first week? Well, after my initial shock of admitting that I am in an institution really, although it being a relaxed one for handicap, and admitting that I actually was one of the inmates, I've sort of got used to my surroundings. I have always accepted, but I accept that I'm probably one of the lucky ones. People have all got their stories, horror stories, some of them, and some people look to be in a very bad way, and there's quite a few young 20-year-olds here in wheelchairs. So I'm just glad I've got what I've got in a certain extent. I still ask my friends up there to help me every day, to just give me the strength to just move forward. Physio, I'm lucky, I've got Frederick. I always look at the badges, and he's kinesiologist, but he's the chef, so he must be the boss of the department, but he's really don't act like a boss at all, so relaxed in there, which is good, because if they were all uptight, the people would be uptight, so it's quite a good relaxed atmosphere. So I suppose in the last few days he's got me over the end of the bench with both legs down. I've moved, instead of my leg being stuck out in the wheelchair, he moved it first, and I moved it a little bit more, so the actual, I think the degree where the right leg bends now is much more comfortable. I thought if you had it stuck out straight, it's always going to stay out straight. So the natural position is to have it bent when you sat down. So I think we're getting there. Definitely getting there. I think the pain in this right knee is coming from the metal, because it's always one place. Might be be a bolt, it might be, I don't know. I've just spent a good 40 minutes massaging my legs. I've now only got the right leg in the it's like a plastic, I don't know how to describe it, plastic padded stall, for want of a better word, which you put your foot in. They've left me, they've taken the other one off me, which was good, because it's hard, they are quite uncomfortable sleeping really, because you can't move, but the purpose of them are so that your foot doesn't drop, to keep the foot up. So I've still got that one, but at least my other foot is free. But I've just spent a good 40 minutes massaging my legs. When I finish this, I'm going to massage my scar around my groin, because I think it's pulling, and it will pull if I start more exercise to do. So, but I massage a lot. I massage as soon as I get into bed. And all my things, my bones and cast is off. I give them all a good massage. The ankle, I suppose the inside ankle is quite numb, and under the foot and the heel. The toes all move, but unless I can get that numbness under my foot, because it is really numb, I'm going to have problems placing that foot naturally, I think. But like, it always numb, and now I can touch the knee and it's not too bad. There's definitely improvements. They did give me some stocking things, which they brought them while I was in the physio. The physio put them on, because as I hang my foot over the edge of the plinth, it doesn't have buzzy in my foot, and the colour is quite purple. I think that's everything, just, I don't know, all the circulation and everything. So today or yesterday it wasn't as bad, so obviously that's improving. So Stubby's still giving me a little bit of awareness and tightness, but what I try and do is visualise that hand, because it seems to be all screwed up and in spasm, and I just slowly visualise it relaxing, and it seems to work. I slowly open my fingers that aren't there, my phantom finger, and I just let the hand just relax. I don't know if I'll have that forever, or whether it's going to, it can't be as strong, it's got to probably get weaker. And yeah, I heard the visit from the boy. He came first because he'd been in near our school doing his presentation. So he got dropped off by the teacher, and so that was nice. I had some time with Harvey. He was showing me the photos of the chickens. He said, "Where's the photo of the new geese, the 3 baby geese that hatched?" He says, "Oh, I haven't taken any of them." Harvey being such a soul of, he's just, I don't know, he's just a soul that doesn't give any, a pretty soul that doesn't give any hassle, he's just a really good kid. Elliot is too, with just a bit of mischief about him. I said, "Harvey, tell me the truth." I said, "I'd rather know." So I got to know everything yesterday when me and Harvey were talking. I managed to ask him how he was, and he's working really hard because of the animals and helping Dad. He's getting up early to help, and he's also out till 9 o'clock trying to just keep everything going. So it's just in a star really. Elliot's been good too. He's been really a good kid, because he's only 13 and he still is a young 13. So I want him to enjoy his childhood. But so the 3 beautiful goslings, which I was imagining growing up and looking forward to seeing, died. He went in one day and all 3 of them were just dead. So I don't know what's happened there. That's weird. That's really weird. Don't know what's happened there. And then another thing is that Snowy, one of my favourite original chickens, got prolapse, and so she's died. But we have got some offspring from her, so we've just got to keep them going. I think now Versailles chickens are on a diet. What other stories? They still haven't found my mama rabbit, so she's gone. Don't know what's happened to her. She was beautiful as well. And also, which is quite annoying, but then Dave, a friend who is a good soul, but to me he's a bit like a bat out of hell, and I told Rob that I didn't want him to do my rabbits. So apparently, which is quite upsetting really, Rob and Harvey had to go to Leondor, which is the place where Harvey's going to start doing his apprenticeship at the restaurant. So they left Dave. Not a good idea. They did show him which rabbits, but he then chose to take, don't know why he took him out of cage. He then chose to take, I think it's Petra, my first rabbit from Mama and Papa. What a beauty. God. He then chose to take Petra out of the cage when she'd just given birth. How he didn't see a nest is beyond me, because he's supposed to have all this experience with rabbits, and he's had hundreds and thousands of rabbits, and killed her. Then he not only did that, but he took my breeding male, which I paid €10 for, who were beautiful, and killed that one. Rob went ballistic, but I would never have left him on his own. I wouldn't have never had him doing rabbits, to be honest. So that's another thing. I don't know. You see, the people don't understand I spent so much time. I'm not saying they're not working hard. They are working hard. But I had a routine. And so there were 5 baby rabbits. They managed to rear 2. 3 got out. I think Skitty might have had them, because they were near the bench, because there was a little hole in the cage. You see, I would have sussed all that out. I would have just, well, he wouldn't have killed it, because I wouldn't have had him near me rabbits. I did say to Rob, just take him down to Marina, and for €3 you'll have your rabbits done. But no. Oh, God. So they were planning this Friday to do Myrtle May, the big old spot who's infertile, which always bothered me, same as it bothered me that to have Dave doing the rabbits. There's loads of things that's bothered me, and they don't listen. So we're talking to Harvey, who I did get upset, and I was upset I lost me rabbits. I was upset because to what I've spent 2 years stocking up, that it's difficult to explain to somebody, because it was I had a plan and everything else, and I was such, I said, why so many people lying to me? He says, because we don't upset you. I understand that, but lying to me makes me think, what else? So that's why Abby told me everything, and there were a couple of other things. bless him. Well, I said, no, I haven't a problem. I'm not going to get on to Dad. I'm just glad I know, because it's not fair for me being in here imagining me rabbits, and it's better to know the truth, really. But anyway, that's how it is, isn't it? But the pig, so they planned this Friday coming to get Stefan to do the big pig. The other pig, Dolly, is pregnant. Now, my logic is, we've then left with a strong boar. Dolly has got to come into the barn to have her young ones. She can't be trusted to can't keep her with the boar, and I won't want her outside anyway. She did alright when she was in. I know I looked after her really well, and she only had 3, but she did alright. So if they take Myrtle May away and bring Dolly in the barn, you're left with the boar outside with no female. Not a good position to be in. So I managed to persuade Bob to cancel killing the pig tomorrow, and just leave it till November. And if we've still got the boar, and depending on what's happening with me, Myrtle May's got to go because she's infertile anyway. She's only going to be another 6 months older, so we could do the bacon or something on a more mature pig. She'll have the chestnuts, and also by then we may have sold Buster, because he's a pure breed and an endangered breed, Berkshire, so it would be better that he goes to breeding stock. So I don't know. I'm glad they made the decision, because when he was saying he would take it, she was going, I just really wasn't uncomfortable with it, because at least then he's going to have a girl. If he doesn't have a girl, he'll be out. And I found out that it got out anyway when Robin and Phil were there doing work. He got out, so they had trouble putting him back in. But so he will get out. He'll just run the electric fence if there's no female. If he's got a female, he'll be happy. So my suggestion to them is to get some more picket fencing stuff. They're not expensive. Get them down to the bottom of the field. Get them turning everything over. They've got to be occupied like any animal. They need to be occupied. If they're not occupied, it's no good. Same with Versailles. They have nothing to eat, haven't Versailles? They're on mud. They really need the fencing doing. But I understand that Rob's really busy. But he might, I don't think he's only working 2 days next week, so, and Claire and Stephen are here. So if they can get a bit Versailles extended a bit, all the posts are in, he's just got to put the fencing up. Then they'll have something to scratch around in, be a bit unorganised, but so bit of drama. What can you do? It's just that people are trying so hard, and I'm really appreciative, but if you've not got the interest and the passion, which I've got some interest but not the passion, I don't think. Rob just sees the animals as inconvenienced, I think, to a certain extent. But anyway, that was my life before the accident. I'm hoping it'll be my life after. But I've got to keep my 2 years breeding programme. I don't want to lose it all, because it's hard to get to the stage. I think I've done well to get to the stage I'm at. But we'll see. At least I don't think there's any more lies going to be told. But it wasn't intentionally. But that's what we do, don't we? To protect the ones we love. We try and protect them by not telling them everything. And eventually you get to know. So, After a week, all is good. I've got used to the place. I can't say I'd rather be at home, but I know I can't be yet. Not fit enough. I can't function enough. So, that's it.
$20.
It's now Friday, 5 o'clock. Another week's gone. Today's sort of been busy. Went down this morning for x-rays. God, it was so painful. Not compared to the pain I've had to do, but just laying, they had to lift me onto the platform. In the hospital, they just wheeled your bed out. You stayed on your bed and they x-rayed you. Here, obviously, I was in a wheelchair. So, Christoph lifted me up. The lady who happens to be Christian's wife, who was a really nice guy that helped me first day I got here. It's the x-raying woman. She lifted my legs up, but I was there for quite a while on this really solid metal x-ray table, and it really hurt my back more than anything. So it got a bit stressful, but she was really nice and it wasn't for too long. So they x-rayed the leg, the hips, the ankle, my left hand and my left foot, and that was good. Then I went to physio, and then I went straight to dinner. Then I just got back here, went to the toilet, and Kareen came for gardening. I didn't even know I was going today, so Kareen came for gardening. So we didn't do much because I'm not pushing myself because it really hurt my wrist yesterday. So I sowed a few seeds and all was good. And then she says, I want to keep you, so she kept me, and I've now got an electric chair, which will be good once I can work out. It's very, very sensitive, so you only put a little bit of movement on it. So, independence. If I can get the hang of it. Still kept me other chair because I said, well, I'm worried about getting an electric one in car when the time comes for me to have home visits. And she said, oh, you'll keep the other one, so you'll have two chairs. So that's fine. And they had to do quite a lot of messing about with it. And as they were messing about, this woman started waving up at me. At first I didn't know it was, and then I realised it's Mark's friend, Delo. So she came down and she said, oh, she's brought me some stuff, some fruit and some drinks and some whatever, but they won't let them put them in room. But she gave me the bit of fruit, so I've got that in my pocket, and when I come back there were a few bottles of this, that and other. But oh to God, I'm not getting a cold. Everybody's sneezing. I don't want a cold as well as bloody everything else. But anyway, after that I had to go at 3:30 on Friday. I had to go for bikini, which was quite good. We didn't really do much, but he had my x-rays. He says, you can't believe it. I said, oh, I had my x-rays this morning. He said, oh, the x-rays came from none today. I said, oh, that's bizarre. So he showed me them. So basically, the left feet, he said, the ones that had the barbecue skewers in, that's all that was, 4 metatarsals, not the big toe, which I'm glad about, broken, but they all look to have healed, so we've just got to re-educate them. So I'm hoping we're going to start standing on it, but I'm already standing on it anyway, as you all know. also, so he's happy with that. The ankle has got metal in it, and it looks fairly straightforward. I think there's 2 pieces of metal in it. The only problem with that is still numb, so I don't know how the nerve is. The knee, bless him, is quite, they didn't show, they just saw the knee. We didn't get the hips, so we need to look at their x-ray so they don't get the hips in. But the knee, how can I explain? At the bottom of the fibula, the big bone, the only bone that goes up your thigh, it's broken like a T shape at the bottom. I think it might have got some breaks further up as well. That's why there's a pole in. But at the bottom, it's had to like put, I think there's 4 plates in, 4 like screws, I don't know what you call them, bolts, probably bolts, 4 bolts. There's one that looks to be out a bit, and I think that's what's causing me all the problems in the knee, because it's always one specific point which hurts. So I'm hoping it's not rubbing against my medial ligament. We can't really tell from the x-ray, I suppose, if the knee's fine, but the patella's okay. And I don't know how far up the dancing pole goes, but we'll get to know that from their x-rays. So, a significant break, quite a complex, to me it looks quite a complicated break. The hand looked to have healed, which is good. I hope I haven't healed it last Saturday getting the chair. But all looks good. Complicated. The knee's going to be complicated, mainly because of that bit of bolt sticking out, which we don't know what. That's going to stop me bending it. But if I can get the other one working and I can build the muscle up on this, be it flat on my back, doing exercises flat on my back, then we'll get there. I can't wait. I've got to build these muscles up to get some strength, but I might, the worst scenario is that I might never be able to get full range of movement in that knee until that bolt is reviewed. But they probably won't review it until they show the bone is strong enough. And how do you know that? I can't see it being before a year, if at all, but he's got to take that bolt out because it's sticking out and it will never allow me to move. But, so, I'm hopefully going to have a bit of a rest now, weekend here, and see, oh, that's another thing. Karina's booked me in for 2 hours every afternoon. You just can't get your lay down, you can't get your pauses. So she said, you want morning, afternoon? I just said, give me afternoon. So I'll have to just tell people that really from 1:30 till 7:30, I'm not free, because I'm 2 hours with her, then I've got kinesiology, and then by the time I finish kinesiology, oh no, there's a bit of time after kinesiology, I suppose, but it's a bit mental. But at least I've seen x-rays, so I've got a picture now in my mind what is going to happen, or what I'm working with, and also I am still standing up on my left leg, because I think it's just a matter of getting them toes working after this, so after I've had the barbecue skewers in.
9 minutes.
now Sunday, about 10:30. I'm in my new electronic chair, which actually is probably better in the sense that I can be independent. It's slightly more difficult to get in and out because I can only go one way because of electric on my left side, the controls on my left side, because I've only got left hand. So it means I have to be transferred from the right side. But it's not too bad. I'm sort of getting better at the bottom shuffle. In fact, it's probably interesting, well, maybe not, but it's interesting to know that you have to be quite canny, really, and just think about it. So I now cross my right leg onto my left leg because the support in the chair isn't there as you transfer from your bed or from your chair to your bed, and it's a big thing, so it takes a bit of getting in and out. But as long as I get sat on the piece of plastic thing, the transfer thing, and at the bed you can at least hold onto the triangle above your head, and I shuffle my bottom, get one foot in, and you just get used to doing it a certain way. But I would love to challenge you all to the toilet. That's quite amusing, to say the least. You've got to imagine, I'll let you have both hands to make it easier for you, but you've got to imagine having one leg straight out, and you've got to, you can't really bend it, so you've got to keep that leg straight out, get off your chair, get your clothes down so you can have a wee, and then get back up, get your clothes back on, and sit back in your chair. It is quite difficult, especially one-handed, because you can't support yourself from both sides. But the difficulty is just getting your clothes back on, because you've got this straight leg. I am managing to put weight on my left foot and leg. I think it's the right time. I think the physio is probably going to start me doing that in the next week or so. But I'm already weight bearing on it for the toilet anyway. And I have managed, but it's quite a knack to keep your leg. There's like a buffet in there, so I keep the leg on there and just do things really slow. But it isn't easy. It would be interesting for you all to go into the toilet, make sure there's a chair there. Well, you'd probably sit in a chair, have a buffet or something. You have to put your leg on something because it doesn't bend, remember. And you get out of your chair. I'll let you have both hands. You get out of your chair, and you have to stand on one leg and take your clothes down, and then go to the toilet. You will have the advantage of, one, having both hands, and two, having a leg that's used to being stood on. It's got all its muscle and all, it understands standing. The problem I've got with my leg, it hasn't been stood on for 8.5 weeks, which means that all the muscle is gone, the balance is gone, and the strength is gone, and it's also had some dislocated toes. But you have to do it. If you don't do it, I've actually got, hoping not to tempt fate, please, I do it slowly, and I can manage to get off the toilet and get back in the chair without girls coming. But I always have them here when I get on the chair, because I think I'm not quite ready to do it on my own. And although I do most of it on my own, I think it's better for them to be around. So there you have it, a bit of exercises for you to challenge yourself on. I think the bed transfer, I'm getting stronger at. Toilet I'm a bit wary of just because I don't want to fall, but I am doing it. So we've just got to get out of the chair really, and maybe have a stick. But that will be down to the x-rays and probably giving this leg a bit longer to heal. So the x-rays will dictate what happens in the future. So good luck with that one.
5 minutes.
Hi, it's Monday night, 11 o'clock. I'm in bed. Just finished watching another DVD, which I think I mentioned before, that Claire and Stephen got me a DVD and Jenny's lent me some Doris Day and all sorts of good movies. So we can pass quick. I had Claire, Stephen and Lewis, and as I've already said, then I had Marie and Chris and Jenny. Today, Monday, I had the shower. I had the girl, Christine, who I think just don't want to be here. She's always huffing and puffing, and I tried to be nice to her, but she never seems happy. But anyway, so I showered, and she didn't. I want to be independent, but there's certain things that I need help with, like tongues and stuff. But anyway, she doesn't pull out all the stops like the others. She does what she has to do and don't do anymore. And she can be a bit overpowering, to say the least. So then I had to wait for the doctor. The doctor arrived and got the x-rays from here. So I got the full leg, and the hip was broken in 2 places. I thought from the x-rays it was my left hip, but Rob thinks it was all my right hip. It makes so much more sense for it to be on the right, because I don't know how my hip on the left would have got broken. So it must have been the x-rays were the wrong way around. But we can check that, I suppose. Then, yes, so the wrist looks okay. The foot looks okay, the left foot. The ankle on the right foot seems to be doing alright. Everything seems to be doing alright. But the amount of damage, the dancing pole is all the way up the femur, but the amount of damage, it's really well and truly broken. So I'm just gonna have to hope it heals and then give it loads of muscles if I can bend this knee. But anyway, on the 28th we go to see the specialist in Nantes, 28th of June. So that's good. Then I had to go down to physio 11:30. Then I went straight to dinner, 12:30. Then I came back to the room, went to the toilet on my own. Then about 1:30 somebody came to say we're going to Corinne's, which I thought it was 2 o'clock, but it was 1:30. So I went down there, did loads of the tests, trying to tie shoelaces, trying to cut paper, all sorts of tests. Then she made me a plastic thing for my wrist, which I will use some of the time. And then I was with her till about after 4. Then I had to go straight back to Keene till 5:30. And I got here just before 6, and I thought, oh, I'll just lay on bed because this chair's getting on my nerves. I've been in it all day, my leg's been bent and it needs a change of scenery. So I buzzed. This woman, don't know who she is, never had her before, came in. First of all, she said she didn't understand me. So I said exactly the same again, but slow. I just wanted to be put on the bed. But then she said, why, when you're going down to a restaurant? I said, because I've been in this chair all day and I just want to change of position. Have you got pain? No, just stiffness. Her attitude really was bad. Then she says, but you get on, you do it yourself. And I said, no, I've never done it myself. I've tried to help people so they don't. I'm trying to be independent. I said, who tells you? Who said I do it myself? She said, and it was Christine. No doubt it would have been her. So I said, well, I've never done it on my own. So anyway, she went on and on. And I said, whoa. And she stripped my bed down. I said, I don't want to get into bed. I just want to lay on the bed. I said, forget it. I did say to her, this is all in French, which was difficult. I did say, have you got a problem with me? And she went, no. I said, right. So I just said, right, I'm staying in chair. She says, no. I said, no, I'm staying in chair. Forget it. I stay in chair. Because she's like an hour, so I had another hour in chair. Why couldn't you just put me on bed? It's not that hard. It would have made such difference to my legs. I could have massaged them. I could have just relaxed. So anyway, went down to dinner. Wasn't very happy. Asked the ladies on the table, says, if somebody's not very genteel, what do you do? Says, oh, you speak to nurses. I said, right then. And she did upset me quite a bit. And then I thought, no, don't get upset. Don't let one person get you upset. Just, get on with it. Deal with it. And she sort of like ignored me. I don't know what. I've never met the woman before, so I don't know what her problem is with me. So I thought, fine. And most of them just nod and smile, but she said hello to the next person behind me. I thought, oh, what is your problem? So anyway, thought, forget it. And then, surprise, Rob came, which was great. So I'd finished anyway, so we came back and I thought, right. So, and she came, she saw us in the corridor and she started saying something about blah, 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 about this, that and other. And I went, oui. And then I thought, I don't know what the hell you said. And just went in. So me and Rob was talking. She come in again and said, oh, just suppose if you need me. And I went, oh, okay, no problem. And then Rob said, oh, we'll have to go. I said, right, I'll do my teeth and get on into my nightie, go to the toilet. Rob help me a little bit and you can help me get into bed. And cause she come in as I was doing my teeth. She said, oh, blah, 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 blah. I said, there's no problem. Rob said, then she went off and wanted to say something about, oh, you couldn't do it. But I thought, frig off, I'm not asking you to do it. So, finished, put me into bed and gone. But he's left the bum bag now. So, I hope he's not panicking, searching for it everywhere. Because I can't phone him to tell him. So, that's the end of today. So, a good day, a tiring day, an upsetting day by one person who I've never met before in my life, trying to bully me, trying to be nasty to me, just not doing a job. So, don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But I won't ask her ever again to help me. Bye.
8 minutes.
It's Friday morning, probably the 2nd or 3rd of June. So another month has passed since the accident. I'm just had my breakfast, fruit, which they let me have in my room, so I'm still in bed. And the weekend is soon. Monday we visit the house hopefully she will recommend weekend visits, and all is good. I've been practicing on the Robocop with the computer. You've got to learn which way to flex your muscles or extend and flex your muscles for different movements. So that'll take a little bit of training, and just, it's not aggressive, it's just very subtle movements, but you've got to know which muscle to move. And day before yesterday, not yesterday, Wednesday, when I stood up for the first time, but I'd had a full day with Corrine, and her rooms were really hot, and I stood up a couple of times, and then I just felt really warm and a bit sick, so I had to sit down. So it could have been standing up for the first time. I only put the weight on the left leg, or it could have been just tiredness, because I felt quite tired as well. But I stood up. I think Frederick is going to just make sure I go slow and don't rush things, but at least we're standing up, so the next thing will be how to walk on one leg. Right, that's it.
2 minutes.
I forgot to say, I had quite a few visits. Gigi from the boulangerie came with jam. Then Jenny came and she gave me a head massage. Unfortunately, we had to cut it short because I had to go to physio. Then Mel came with Deirdre, who's back from Australia. She gave me a little angel, Raphael. So, and tonight, hopefully, Rob and the boys are coming. And Glenn and Stephen have been again. So that was good. So I'm very lucky with my visitors.
44 seconds.
It's about 11ish on a Monday night. I'm quite restless. I don't seem to be able to get comfort tonight. I've just been watching The Sound of Music and trying to rest. This weekend, Friday, Rob and the boys came. Claire and Stephen and Lewis was here on Friday as well. And then Mel and Della came, which was lovely. Lots of people. They all went as I went to dinner, so they all got here fairly tea time-ish. So on Saturday nobody came. Sunday, Claire, Stephen and Lewis came again. They've now gone back today. So, very lucky. This morning I went with Corrine to visit the house, so she can assess the house and see if I can get weekend visits. They've all worked really hard, and it was lovely to see things. Obviously I'm still in a wheelchair, but all the little chicks that I hatched are all big chicks now. So we had to get the wheelchair in, which was fine. Corrine seems to think everything's fine, and it's just a matter of speaking to the doctor and getting paperwork. I'm not sure if it'll be this weekend or whenever, but at least we're feel bad about leaving, knew I had to leave again. But what was weird was the smell. It smelled. I've never noticed the smell before. I know they've had lots of rain, and sometimes the car gets damp, but it just smelled, and everywhere looked tidy but cluttered. It's just because I've been in a hospital situation for so long, I've not seen it. And all the leaves and the grass was growing. When last time I saw it, there were no leaves on the trees. So it was good. And little Mars, the baby goat, which was only a week old when I last saw it, is growing well. Next door, Danny came to say hello, and as we drove past, we said hello to Eric and Michelle and Angelique. Mark was at the house to help. It was good, a good meeting, I think. I know I'm not ready to do any work outside, but if I can just have weekends just to be there. And a very big surprise was I said that I would save up to get a KitchenAid, which I've been trying to save up for ages because they're quite very expensive, I think. And there was one there on the table. My mum and dad had gone and bought one when they were here, so they need telling off. We must give them it back, the money. They can't afford to buy that. So when they phone, I'll have to tell them off. So I'm trying to get comfy. It's going to be one of those nights where I can't get comfy. I suppose I've been in and out of the car. I've been doing more stuff. So the legs having to work a bit more, but I can't do much because I need to know that it's healed first. So a good day, tired but can't sleep. I'm tired. And tomorrow at 10 I've got a meeting with social worker, and Marie's coming after dinner, so I'm hoping I can get an hour out of Corrine. So I'm going to try and settle Stubby down because he's buzzing a bit, and just try and get comfy and sleep. Bye.
Five minutes.
It is the 9th of June at about 5 o'clock. It's a Friday. I'm just waiting in the room for Rob to arrive for a weekend at home. This week, on Monday, we went with Corrine to visit the house so she could see if it was possible for me to go home, if it was safe, I suppose. So she said it was okay. We just needed a bed, which I managed to get a prescription off the doctor for a bed, which I gave to Rob on Tuesday or Wednesday, it might have been Wednesday, and what you do is you put it into the pharmacist and they then deliver you a bed. So I don't know what's happened there. But the visit at home was good. I don't know if I've already recorded this, but I'll repeat myself. It was bizarre walking into the house because I haven't been in for so long, and it just smelled different, and Peggy smelled different, and she was really fussy, and it was alright. It was good, but I'd been so cocooned in clinical situations that I found it a bit of a shock to go back to the house and see things that needed doing and see things that needed organising. But they have done so well for 2 months to look after all the animals and the house as well. So it's good. I've just got to wait now another hour probably. I just needed to get away. it's so hard not being at home. It may be hard coming back, but at least I get 2 days at home. Progress, we work hard. I'm quite tired. At 10:30, I go and do my practicing me Robocop on the computer. Then I'll go straight to physio at 11:30. And though physio doesn't seem to do a lot, it does, if you know what I mean, because it's progress. It's like I'm standing up now. Tonight's physio was standing up and then moving the right leg. Can't stand on the right leg yet because we don't know if it's all fixed yet. So then I'm back with Corrine in the afternoon doing things, and then I'm back at physio. So it's hard. If ever I can get a chance to get a rest, I do. I am toileting myself. I've been here about 3 weeks now. I have done since the second week, and I am transferring myself into the bed. On a night, I need them to move the electric chair to charge it up. But I've got a prescription for the 2 tablets I take for Phantom. I've finished my injections this morning for the anticoagulant, which I'm glad about because I've had them for that long. I think it's about time to stop. What else? I just hope that we can reduce the medication for Stubby, and then I won't be on any medication. But they've given me a prescription for Stubby and some Dolipan, which I haven't taken Dolipan for like 2 weeks yet. So either they just don't know the system or they're thinking maybe she might need some. So we'll have to go to the chemist on the way home and get whatever they've told us to get. So that's it. So we'll just see. Hopefully I can have some nice, wholesome food. There's a good chance that I'm getting out.
Four minutes.
It is Monday morning, the 20th of June, I think. I haven't recorded for a while because I left my recorder at the house on the 10th of June. I had my first home visit. Rob picked me up at 6:30 on the Friday, and we got there, and I returned at 6:30 on the Sunday. It was strange, good and strange. As we was coming home, Shannon and Phil rang to see if they could call in, not knowing that I was going home. So I said yes, no problem, which was nice because they came to see us. So we chatted away. But the weird thing was, it all seemed so strange. I've been so used to looking at 4 white walls. Everything seemed to smell of damp, but there's been lots of rain for 2 weeks. The house seemed unkempt, although Rob and the boys have done an amazing job of just looking after everything. But after half an hour, it seemed cosy again. I did ask Rob that I need the fire. I'm cold, fairly cold. I think that's a number of things. One, because the weather's been cold, and 2, because I'm not walking about functioning, I'm sat in a wheelchair. And also, I was a little ill Monday, Tuesday. I had to take some paracetamol. I think it's just a change. I come out of my room to the restaurant, I sit under an air conditioning, all the windows are open. I just think I caught a bit of a virus which made me weak. I'm a bit cold. So the weekend went alright, although I had a few moments of upset. I think it was 2 reasons really. One, because the last time I was at the house, I could do things. I could walk. frustrating not to be able to do the job you're doing. And also, on the Monday that week, I'd stopped my medication for the phantom. And Maria this weekend looked it up, and it's for epilepsy, this, that, and all sorts of different things. So I think there's an element of me just being a bit cold turkey from medicine. It's a week now today, so I'm going to persevere with it. So my up and down moods were probably to do with that. But also realisation that I can't do things at home like I used to. So I found the first weekend very good, but quite hard, and definitely hard for Rob and the boys, because you tend to not pick, but take your frustrations out on them to a certain extent. So that was the first weekend. Then I came back. I had lots of work to do. Tuesday was the busiest day, and that's when I felt the worst, really. I had to see the social worker. She's saying I have to just wait for my capital, and I'm saying, but I've been waiting for that long. So she needed to follow it up, blah, 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 blah. Then the doctor came and I had to go downstairs to get my prosthesis fitted. I couldn't get it to work. I think it was a matter of being stressed, being a bit weak, and just so many people there, so I couldn't get it to work. And then I had to come back. I was just really out of sorts and tired. And then I went for my last key, but he got me to stand up, did Fred. And then on the radio came, I have a tiger from the Rocky film. I said, Fred, that's a sign I have to walk. And so we walked in the walking railings a couple of times, 4 times. So that made my day much better. And the fact that I decided I needed paracetamol made me feel better anyway. So that was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, did my new normal activities. On Wednesday we did a cake. I'm sure it was the Wednesday gone. Yeah, we did a cake, a chocolate cake, which turned out okay, fine. And I've continued to try walking. So then I had another weekend at home. It was better, still I was a bit stressed with the state of things. But I did little things. I just cleaned out a little area Sunday morning, and if I can just do that, just sort out little tiny areas which I can get to, then I think I'll be fine. I did say to the boys that if they wanted me to have a weekend, stay here for a weekend to give them a rest, because it's hard. Rob's working full time, he's looking after the kids, all the animals. Harvey's doing his brevi, final exams, getting up, helping with the animals. He's constantly thinking he needs to be doing a job. He was stressed about the chickens because we've got lots of chickens, but I looked at them all and I said, there's no dramas. Those there will probably be gone in a month because the cockerels are the big. So when they've gone, we can put the ones that are running loose into that bit and we can just organise it all. I said, in a big drama, I said, we'll just have to sort it all out. Sell a few, sort it all out. So he calmed down a bit. Then I said, don't worry, Harvey, I'm not going to keep all these chickens. We need to just organise them, but they need another month. And then on Saturday, Rob said, we've got to move the pig. I said, Dolly is pregnant again. And I can't get down to see her, so I've wondered and wondered how pregnant she actually is. And when Rob said we've got to move her, I thought, yeah, she's really pregnant. So I said, right, we've got to ring Carol. We've got to ring Sharon and Phil. Oh, no. I said, you can't move the pig, just you and Harvey. So late-ish Saturday night, I got him to phone. And they came. It's good, brilliant. Saturday morning they came. I obviously had to stay in the house. But they came. Took a little bit of time, but no big stress. And she just went into the barn. She looks very well pregnant. I think she's got a week to go, if that. And she looks content. She seems very content that she's back up here. She's sent to, when I spoke to her, she barked at me, so I think she remembers me. And she just now, I've asked her to just wait for the weekend, and I can't help her, can I? I'm not able to help her. But if I can be there to talk to her and just de-stress her, but at least this is the second litter. She only had 3 the first time, so she knows what's coming this time. So that's a relief, because I don't think she'd have lasted another week without giving birth out there. And we can feed her up a bit more. So that's all good. What else is there? So now I'm back. So the weekend was good. The boy says yes, still come at weekends, but I did say to Rob, look, if it's too much stress for you, have a weekend off and I'll just stay here. But I did say that we have to seriously think about his job. He can't carry on working full time. There's too much to do. I need too much help. And the boys, I can't help take the boys anywhere or do anything, so we'll have to see. He gets a 2-3 week holiday in the fortnight, so he'll make that decision. So I'm just now waiting for my shower and get through the 5 days. I feel a bit fatigued and low, but I've just got to get on with it and try and get another month gone.
"10 minutes. This was the first few weeks in my new home, the Grand Fir. A massive change to my system, but a place of great opportunity and know-how to getting my life back into some sort of normality. I would stay there for quite a bit longer and continue to go home at weekends. I was now starting to wake up to the reality of my situations. Some of these realities not looking so pretty." End of chapter. Chapter 24. The disability is seen but not the person, and further recordings at the Grand Fir. My goal is to change disability into positivity. Penny Walker. In previous chapters, I had already documented my first few recordings of when I arrived at the Rehabilitation Institute, the Grand Fir, between May 2016 and June 2016. I am now going to reflect on my feelings of this first half of my stay there, 5 years later, with the knowledge and understanding I was to discover and be exposed to, including the hidden truths of my situations revealed within those 5 years. I will then continue the recordings I made while still at the Grand Fir from July to August 2016, when I was starting to wake up to my reality. I don't know if we have the ability to know things subconsciously, which dictates our behaviour and reactions even though we are not aware of them consciously. For me, it is a feeling in my gut, a knowing but not knowing why or how you know. Often this goes hand in hand with an internal mental battle with self, not wanting to believe some of the things your gut is shouting, be it from fear, ego, or just plain non-understanding of how and why you should have this feeling. When I was taken out of the protective, accepting environment of my institution, the Grand Fair, to experience a less accepting and judging world, my gut was trying to highlight all the red flags to me. But I blocked it. It wasn't true. This was my world, the one I used to be accepted in, loved and cared in, the one that would protect me, guide me, and be nice to me. After all, it was just my hand that had been chopped off, not my head. At the time you are living it, you ignore the signs, the red flags and the judgments until you have convinced yourself that it's not happening, or it's your fault that these things are happening anyway. People's reaction and treatment of you is down to you. You deserve to be treated like this. The result is misery and anger, a deep depth of depression, and a desire to battle and fight against the judgments and actions you receive from others. You trust no one, and you don't even like or trust yourself. After 2 weekends at home, the red flags were screaming, but I ignored them. Now I see that most of the adults around me were not equipped to really accept, understand, and help me. It was as if I had a contagious disease, and one they may catch. I see now how it is difficult for people to adapt and accept changes that they have no control over. The ultimate reaction is to not accept it, fight it, judge it, distance yourself from it, while justifying these actions. Interestingly enough, the young and teenagers don't seem to take this stance. They are accepting, have honesty, openness, and loving to people who are different. I am not saying that the people around me didn't care or try with all their power to understand me and my needs. But if I didn't understand, how was it possible for them to? How was it possible for them to even begin to comprehend the needs and tortures a person was going through after such a big mental and physical adaptation? The simple fact was, I was the same old Penny, just trapped in pain, fear, and a disability that I had to learn to grow and develop with. I wanted understanding, normal conversations, not the look, the judgment of my actions, which were screams for help. I didn't want the condescending voices or non-eye contact. I was now alien to the people and world I once knew. Many slowly disappeared from my world, but the ones I could trust and the ones that never gave up on me stayed. Now they benefit from the wisdom and strength I have been given on this journey. They stood beside me, trod the path with me, at times having to get out of the way to let me pass, unaided, but always within watching distance, while praying and caring for me. I believe they too have grown in wisdom and strength, for what they had to witness was not pretty. But slowly, something magical and beautiful was beginning to happen, be it very slow and unconsciously. These are the rest of the recordings which I did while at the Grand Fair.
It is Tuesday the 21st of June. Today I had to practice as usual for the Robocop. I then went to physio, which we're still doing the exercises, and then I had to go down again to get my Robocop fitted. The man from the company came, and I had a prosthesis fitted the robotic arm. It is quite amazing. You can program it from an iPhone, and what you do, you just can. What's the phone? What you can do? A minute, sorry.
1 minute.
Right, I'm back. I don't know what happened with the phone. I've got this phone that I've been kindly. Eric has lent me his phone, but I still need to get my own phone. I don't know how to work it. I think it's been switched off and now it's buzzing. I don't know how to receive messages. It's all very complicated. And I'm getting a robotic hand, so if I can't even work a simple Samsung phone, how am I going to work a robotic hand, which is controlled by an iPhone? No doubt it will be one of my next adventures in life to try and work out how to work it. I did amuse myself because I thought, well, you could get away with all sorts of robotic hand. Somebody programmed it wrong. I also thought you could probably, if somebody got hold of your iPhone, they could program your hand and control you. Oh, it's also futuristic for me, a bit Doctor Who-ish. But anyway, it will all be revealed. I've got 4 weeks to practice on it, and then we have to make the decision, and the proper one will be made or cast, or I don't know what. But I've only got a temporary prosthesis now until I practice. But it all looks good, and I'm very pleased, although a bit daunting. And that's it. We're still walking in the afternoon for Quincy. I sometimes put a little bit of weight through my right leg because it's so hard not to. But so far so good. So let's just keep the progress. And I've just spoken to a girl that has just come. She sat next to me in the restaurant, a French girl, but she speaks very good English. And she looked quite sad. In fact, the first night I thought she looked just how I felt when I first came here. So I've just had a chat to her because the problems is tiredness and back problems and all sorts. And so I've just had a good old chat to her and said, I think I know what's wrong. I think you need to be kinder to yourself. I think you need to stop helping everybody else. Everybody you've helped, your family and your friends, they've all drained you and you've no energy left. So you need to get your energy back. You need to block them, you need to protect yourself, you need to cut cords, and you need to get your energy back. And once you do that, you will just continue because you're so exhausted from giving all the time throughout your life that you are now can't give anymore and you have to give to yourself. She's a really nice girl, and I hope it helped, and we'll just see. But I think I've made her think of something because she's getting stressed because nobody can tell her what's the matter. But I think if she can just take the pressure off herself and her mind, then her body will relax and she'll make progress. That's my opinion, or is it the angel's opinion? Somebody obviously put her next to me on the table for a reason. And Vivian, who's come back, who I saw in the first week, she's had the leg amputated, which was in so much pain for a year. She's taken my advice. I think she took my advice, well I did tell her this, to name it. She's named her leg Polly, and she's no pain and very positive and seems really happy. So she came back a few days ago, probably Wednesday, so she's had a weekend, so that's good. So there you have it. And also we managed to move the pig, which I probably told you about that last night. So I'm hoping Dolly's alright. But I don't think this phone's working. So if somebody rings me, they'll ring me, won't they? Bye.
4 minutes.
It's now Friday tea time. I'm waiting for Rob to come to pick me up, to take me home for the weekend. This week has been busy. I got my hand on Tuesday, the one that I'm practicing with. I got an iPhone which you can program what movements you want on the hand. The only problem I'm having is it's really quite heavy and long. I'm finding the balance quite hard. But I've been practicing, and I'm taking it home this weekend to practice more. We have 4 weeks before we have to decide exactly what we want. So it's just a matter of practicing really hard. I probably said before the last weekend was better, and I'm hoping this weekend will be better as well. I'll be getting used to it and I won't be getting as frustrated of not doing the jobs. I might have said this before, but I'll repeat myself. I spoke to Jenny on the phone and explained to her about the postwoman, who's alright, but she's just nosy and gossips quite a bit. I'd brought a parcel on Saturday. I was in the room just getting dressed, and Rob said, "Are you decent?" Which I said no. With my knickers around my ankles and in my chair, I had to have a conversation with the postwoman, which I don't know why Rob didn't understand. No, I'm not decent. So Jenny thinks it's hilarious, which it probably was. So I have to remember to put that in just so that we can remember to mention it. Also on the weekend we moved Dolly the pig. We had to get help, which Rob didn't want to get help, but we managed to get Phil and Sharon, who were brilliant. They came Sunday morning and moved Dolly in. She looked quite far. She seemed relieved to be back in the barn. And then Rob came over to visit me Wednesday this week and said he'd left the pig. I'd had 3 when he left. And then he rang me later. Harvey Neville left in charge delivering the pigs. And he rang me later to say she'd got 12. And then he rang again yesterday so that I could find out how things were. There was 2 runty ones. So in all she had 13. One was a stillborn. And when the runty one that he thought would never survive died this morning. So Rob checked him a couple of times. So hopefully in the next hour I'll get to see them. So 11's good. I hope Dolly's fine. I've kept her an apples for her treat, so I'm going to give her an apple when I get back. And so that's good. So progress, slowly but surely. But the hand is quite difficult. It's going to tax my brain a little bit.
Three minutes. In this recording, I was very upset.
It's Sunday night, probably 1 in the morning. I've had my 3rd weekend at home. Really looking forward to it. Got there Friday. Then went to some friends to our old son, helped us fill some forms in. So didn't get to bed till late. Saturday, Rob had to go to get some animal food, and he'd arranged to meet somebody to look at the job. It seems every time I'm at home, Rob's never there. He's always got things to do. That's mainly because he's working through the week. Saturday was fine. James and Jenny came round. James measured up the bathroom. We're going to have to try and change it so it's easy for me to get in there. Saturday night I felt really ill. I felt really cold but hot. It was about 10:30 and I went to bed. Just felt awful. I don't know if it was too much sun, just too much tiredness, or just my body trying to prepare for everything. It's so hard being at home. When I got there, it was wonderful. I could see Dolly and the babies. Although now she gave birth to 13, the 2 runs, and then the stillborn, so 3 have died. They're all doing well, I hope. And the boys have been amazing at looking after everything. I'm just really not coping very well, and I'm trying to work it out. I think it's because you're there and then you're not there and then you can't get into it, so you disturb their routine and their lives. They say they won't be there, but I don't know if they do really won't be there. I think Rob's doing too much and he's tired, and then I'm frustrated and probably tired, and it's not good. But the more I think about this is just an extra strain on our relationship. And I don't know how you make it any better. I look around at all my friends and I think you shouldn't compare because Rob's not like them. But I still haven't got a phone. I'm still borrowing somebody's phone. And I can't even make a phone call. I was left in Nantes without any phone for ages, and it just doesn't seem to be right. Now, I don't talk to Rob every day. He don't phone me. I don't know, he's busy, but it doesn't seem the correct way to have in a relationship. I've told him that he doesn't have to stick around with somebody who's disabled, and I just get that daft laugh that he gives. No answer. But I honestly think he don't want to be around for a number of reasons. Being with somebody that don't love you is quite hard, especially when you love them so much. So I've prayed hard. I get all the blame because I know before the accident things were a bit difficult, but there were reasons for that. It's really shattered my heart for doing certain things, and I was just starting to repair it. And now I feel so vulnerable because I can't help myself as know he's tired and he's doing so much and he's probably fed up with it all. Sometimes I don't think he wants to help me anyway. And as he does say, I complain a lot, but he don't understand. I'm not really complaining about things. I just need to have my life back. I don't know now, I'm never going to have it back. I don't worry about having it because the teenagers and Harvey is so good and I don't want him to change. And Harvey's just going through his own hormones. The only thing I've got left is to pray really hard. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't want to be here, but I know I have to be. There's one thing, really. I had a fallout today and I don't even know what it was about. There's something little and Rob's got a short temper. And I found so much in the way. And I said, I wish I'd ever died. And I didn't really mean it because I'm so grateful that I didn't die. I do. Because I've been given a chance to see the kids grow up. And I don't want to die. I feel pretty dead at the moment. I just hope things improve. Everybody around me is telling me, you've got to do this, you've got to get rid of your animals, you've got to get... Harvey's got to get to his work on his own. Everybody's telling me what I have to do, and my job is to look after the family. I can't possibly let Harvey get a motorbike. It just isn't a motorbike, Kate, and it's on the route where I had my accident, more or less, so I'd never rest. So I'm trying to be strong, and I'm trying not to think, and I'm in everybody's way. I feel as if I am. And I suppose what I was thinking that if it had been over, they would have been upset, but at least I would have a life without having to push me around and put up with me. Maybe I'm just feeling sorry for myself, but I'm not. I'm just, reality's just dawned on me. And I don't really know what to do. I suppose the best option is to try and talk to Rob, but you don't get anything out of it. All I want is for him to show me that he wants me to be around, and if he doesn't, then he has to say so. I'm so tired now. I can't sleep, but I'm going to try and get to sleep now. It feels as if it's only just the beginning of this pain.
10 minutes. The last recording, the 10-minute one, was so difficult for me to listen to. I could not see the paper and my writing because my eyes were clouded with tears. Today, February 2021, is the first time I have listened to the recording since June 2016. I am listening to a voice, a person in so much pain and despair. It was quite heartbreaking and harrowing to listen to. I felt so much compassion and love for this person. I just wanted to give them a big hug and say it's all going to be okay. I then realised this was me. This was the desperate, painful journey I was experiencing. And it was a deep emotional shock to me nearly 5 years on. Why did I not feel loved? Why did I feel abandoned? All these whys came flooding into my mind as I tried to listen and write down the words of a very upset individual. The ironic thing was that it was like a premonition, a message given, a knowing, a look into the future of what was about to unfold. I had it spot on. Everything I felt was true, and with time this would be confirmed. I then chose the path that so many of us do, and listened to the false information, taking the blame, convincing myself that every problem was created by me and was because of me. The surrounding people and environment happy to feed this illusion and strengthen it within my mind, because then they did not have to take responsibility. None of the actions of this crazy woman was anything to do with them and their reactions and actions, their behaviour, or even their words. There were very few who did not jump on this bandwagon. Those that didn't get on still remain dear, loyal, and loving friends today. I could carry on down this area of discovery, but I feel it is better to finish the recordings first, so the reader gets the true feelings that I had at the time I had them. But listening back to it makes me realise I was like a vulnerable little creature, injured and lost, being pecked at by the bigger, stronger and devious other creatures. They would be waiting for the right time to peck at me some more, secretly when it couldn't be seen, not choosing to pick up this injured, weak, scared creature, offering them warmth, protection or love, to help them with their pain and to watch over them until they were strong enough to stand on their own feet. No, it were easier and quicker to stomp on them, leave them to struggle in their pain and misfortune, because there are other creatures, uninjured, not in need of help, who don't look battered and ugly, to replace the disregarded one. There is then no choice but for the injured creature to crawl away and suffer on their own. But eventually they emerge stronger, happier, healed and wiser. Even with their disabilities and their judged ugliness, they become transformed into a beautiful, loving soul, because they chose to love themselves and their disabilities and not to be pecked anymore. Now back to the recordings while in the Grand Fair, New York.
Hi, it is Tuesday night, the 28th of June. Today we have been up to Nantes for an appointment at 9 o'clock in the morning with the plastic surgeon doctor. So I managed to arrange to stay at home last night and go up first thing in the morning. We drove up, got there in good time, found where we should be, and had about a 10-minute meeting, which was fine. The doctor just wanted to check the scar on Stubby, check the scar in the groin, took a photograph of the groin, said is everything alright, we showed him the robo hand, and that was it. He signed me off, which was good. We are now outpatients, so he's done his job and we've moved on. So that was good. So we managed to, I got a 24-hour pass. So I said to Rob, I'll go back at 6:30 and have the day with you guys, which was good. And compared to my last recording, I've thought about it. Ask for the divine, you know what I mean? And I decided we've just got to move on, and it's probably a combination of everything that's happened to me. It's just trying to escape. So I've got to think more positive, take pressure off Rob, and just chill a bit more. So today was good. No arguments, no stress. A little stress because I had to go on the emails. They haven't been looked at, so there's loads to reply to. But a little stress, but not really much. And got a few things done. Organised a few chickens. Booked some in for the abattoir, the 3 big cockerels. So everything's calm. Everything was good. And Rob knows he's not working on Friday, so that gives him a bit of a breathing space. So, I suppose you've got to have your downers to get back up. But I'd much rather feel like I feel today than I felt last time I spoke to you.
Two minutes.
It is Monday the 4th of July. It's 5:30. I've just got back to my room after my day back at the Grand Fair. Today, okay, I showered and washed my own hair, and the only thing I asked the assistants to do was to plait my hair and to put the bond on the left leg, the right leg. I am bothered with the bond on the left leg. The doctor came and I asked whether I could see a psychiatrist, because I think being too tough isn't always the answer, and I think fair to the family and fair to me and fair to just talking to somebody else, because I realise it is going to be much more difficult than I probably thought, and there's a lot of things I'll probably never be able to do again, like climbing a tree, daft little things to get that last apple that you want to get, or just chopping up wood. The things that I did all the time before are not going to be able to be done again. At least, I don't think so. The weekend, I arrived on Friday, all was good. Saturday, fine. 2 pintards, arched. One was splayed legs, but Harvey tied it up and then we took it off because I was thinking they're a bit tight, so we took it off. And I hope he were alright when I left him on Sunday. He was eating and he was standing up, but he's still a bit wobbly. And I think the paper we put on the bottom of the box, we put straw in, so he's not as slippy for him. I think that was good. All was good. And then I had a bit of a breakdown because Harvey was shutting the chickens up and my little baby Snowy had been attacked, similar to what happened to my little baby Rabbit, and I was just felt so frustrated, so angry, and wanted to protect the other baby chicks that needed to be put away. And they were just like standing there. No nobody were rushing outside to see if the creature was still around, and so we had a massive shouting, marching breakdown, and Rob shot back. He's as really frustrated and as stressed as me, which upset the kids, which spoiled the weekend. But no, it's not Rob. I know he's suffering. I know he doesn't really want to shout at me, and I don't want to shout back at him. But it wasn't just the chicken. Yes, I was very upset about the chicken. It was my Snowy. It was one that the mum was gone now. She died, and I just hate losing anything, because it's my job to protect these animals, and I can't do it because I'm stuck in a wheelchair. So, but all was good. We didn't fall out. We just hugged each other and cried. Well, I cried, and I've got to sort it out. But I also have to accept that it's not going to be easy. So that's what I'm going to have to accept. But so that passed, and all was good. Came back here Sunday night, all was good. We went to Mel and Rob's. They asked us round for a drink, and Rob, the electrician, and his wife and his mum and dad were there. His dad's a show dahlia grower, and I love my dahlias, so it's brilliant for to chat to him and get all his ideas. So that was nice. I didn't want to go because I felt awful on Sunday. I just felt so tired and so awful. But I've got to accept that days are going to be good and bad. Norman and Ellen arrived, and they came out on Saturday and couldn't believe how well I looked. I thought I didn't look that well, and how well I was doing for the time that it's been. But then they saw me on Sunday as we were leaving, and saw how upset I was. But Helen's dad were in hospital 6 months after a car accident when she was younger, and she shattered her hip and leg. Norman's been in the army, so he's seen things. So they talked quite a lot of sense, and they said, you have got to expect ups and downs. So that's all right. And today, Keeney, the robot, spoke to the doctor this morning. We've decided that the robotic arm is too long and too heavy, so we're going to take the 360 degree off it, and just do manual turning, and hopefully it will be less heavy and more, I can use it better. So practice that, and then add Keeney. Just now I've come back from Keeney, and we're walking, but I'm actually putting some weight through this leg. I know I don't go to the specialist till Wednesday, but I'm putting a tiny bit of it through my foot, really. And I think it's okay, because it's 3 months now. Just want the okay from the x-rays on Wednesday, and then we can get going. I did ask Frederick why I can't go in gymnasium. I want to build the whole of my muscles up. It used to be my sport, so I miss it, and I know I need it, because if I don't, I'm going to have problems with my back, I'm going to have problems with my shoulder, I'm going to have problems with everything. I need to get strong and balanced. So there was a student there who seemed really nice and keen, and so Frederick went off and he found something which we could maybe have them made, so I can actually hold a dumbbell in Stubby. So that should be good. So hopefully another month and I should be walking if I am slow and careful. So I feel better, but I have to accept that things are going to be up and down. same again.
7 minutes.
It's now Friday morning, probably the 8th of July. I'll get back to today because it's been interesting to say the least, but before that I'll go back to Wednesday. We went to Nantes to see the orthopaedic surgeon. He took all the x-rays and he is pleased that I can now walk. He has a little concern about the lower ankle, the talus. He says it could die. I don't know. The worst scenario is could die if the nerve or the blood supply. So, and he's worried about the nerve in the foot. I'm not as worried. I'll just work it and adapt the muscles, and because I've got full movement, a little restricted in certain movements, and the sensations different. Like you've been pins and needles, nerve sensations different. But I think with work and exercise and God's intervention, we'll be good. So that was good. A long day, but we called back. Oh, and also he's a bit concerned about the length of the prosthesis. So we didn't take it with us, so we need to take it with us next time. And we see him again on the 7th of September in 2 months for the same x-rays, except we're going to have any x-ray as well, and maybe different positions. So, but good. So now I can walk, or I can wait there and have permission. Everything's healed how he wants it to heal. The pin in my knee, which seems to stick out, he categorically said he wouldn't be doing anything with that. So I have to just accept that and just work around that one. And that was it. On the way home, we just called in to say hi to the kids, and poor Harvey and Elliot had been chasing Myrtle, May and Buster the pigs for 3 hours because they'd got out and had come up to see Dolly and the babies. So they weren't happy, and it was a really hot day. So Rob got them back in. I think they were just tired, repaired the fencing, and then before long we had to come back here. When we came back, the woman, the short skirts, i.e. a woman, didn't say bonjour, just looked, turned her wrist, looked at her watch and pointed to it. She said, Keller. I'm saying we had to stop for petrol, and I tried to take out a cheque, which is not possible. It's difficult with 2 hands, it's impossible with 1 hand. She says, it takes you that long to go for petrol? And I went, oh, whatever. What is it? Business. Every time we come back, we were about 50 minutes late, came back, and problem. Anyway, that night, Wednesday night, there was supposed to be a barbecue, but I didn't eat because I don't eat anyway. And they were a band on, so we stayed. Mel came, which was nice to see Mel. She came, and Rob obviously was there dropping me off. So we stayed, and 15-20 minutes. It was really warm. Didn't eat any of the food. Had some pasta that Harvey had made me, and then Graham, who was leaving today, had got a couple of beers and Vivian a Guinness. So we sat in the corner, and the music was really good, so we had a bit of a boogie, listened to the band, and it was good. Finished about 11. Alright, Thursday, Keeney and all the stuff, exercising the hand. Thursday afternoon, 2:30, although I thought it was 2, we had a meeting with the doctor, Corinne and Frederick, which was fine, no problems. We've got a date, which is the 17th. I'm just pausing because the social worker, which I'll tell you about her now in a minute, was supposed to be there, but she never was. Oh, she's bloody useless, I tell you. She wasn't. then we discussed it. Wes can get walking. We're aiming for the 17th of August because Rob's birthday is on the 18th to get out, so that's roughly 5 weeks. And we need to just work hard to get moving. So that was good. We have got to work with a hand, do some other things. Corinne needs to, we need to video it because the people that are paying for it need to see that I'm going to use it before they shell out money and blah blah blah. So that was okay. We also just had a good old chat about this, that and other and things, and not many questions. One question was about travail. Why am they trying to get me a job, and what job can I do? And so I don't know. It's that social worker, but she wasn't even there to answer the question. So, and they just said, "Oh, later." So later, whatever. So that was yesterday. I felt a bit sick and a bit off. So, but I did go back to physio 4:30, and we walked with one stick. It's hard getting the rhythm, and also the muscles are obviously not used to walking in my right leg, but I can do it if I'm concentrate, and I'm not too wobbly, and I only need one stick. I've just got to build it up, the strength. So I am hopeful that that will be fine. Then that was it. Not a bad day. Then I filled a form in for Bastille Day last week, and it says on the form 3 nights. So the doctor signed it, not a problem, you can go Thursday 11 and come back Sunday whatever time. Took it to the receptionist, she said not possible and it's been crossed out. So I've thought, well, it's daft because in the village, Mark's asked if we were going to Bastille celebration, and Rob says no, if I have to be back here for 6:30, it's stupid. And the reason is because I have to have Keeney. The fact that I've been a Keeney for 30 years doesn't seem to make any difference. So talking to the nasty receptionist, or bloody Ayatollahs, said no, you can't. So I picked my paper up, which has got a cross through it, the signature of the doctor's on it, cross through it. Right, and on Wednesday as we were leaving, I picked that up on Wednesday, and on Wednesday as we were leaving morning to go to the hospital, I said, can I have a rendezvous with the director? It's not possible. So I said, okay. So I went into another area, which is like reception area, and I asked them. He phoned the principal's, the director's secretary. She said she'd get back to me, and Friday, nobody's got back to me. So this morning, on a mission, went down to speak to the director. The thing didn't open till 9. The woman who looked at her watch when we came in on Sunday was on the receptionist, and she said, what do you want? You can't. I said, I'll just wait. She said, what's your question? She said, it's my business, not yours. Why should I speak to a receptionist? It's a private question I want to ask the director. What's the problem with that? I have a right to ask the director a question. It's the only him who can sign the paper. So I said, it's not your business, it's my business. So she went on off and won. So I said, it's not a problem, madam. I'll sit over there and I'll wait till 9 o'clock. Then suddenly, another woman appears, gives me in neck, blah, 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 blah. I said, I just want to speak to the director. It's not a big problem. I just want to speak to the director. You can't, it's impossible. He's not here today. I said, I'm not stupid. I know he's not here today. I'll speak to him on Monday then. I said, but I asked to speak to him on Wednesday, and now it's Friday, and nobody's even told me anything. Oh, right. So, she went off and she was getting quite angry. She said, madam, calm. Because I was fairly calm, because you have to be in these situations. They were pissing me off a bit, but I was calm. And says, look, I'll just wait here, there's no problem. Then she went into round back in the office, which had blinds down. I could hear her talking. She only gone and phoned my social worker, Claire, who's shite anyway, my social worker Claire, and she turns up, and just before receptionist, they stood there talking about me, obviously. So I went up and said, have you got a problem? Why are you talking about me? Then social worker came and gave me loads of bloody yabba. I'm saying, I'm not stupid. I have a right to see the director. If I want to see the director, I can see the director. Blah, 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 blah. I said, Lo, I'm off. I said, what are you doing here? Why are you discussing me with her? I said, what are you doing here? So I went off in my wheelchair. She's running out. I said, I'm not talking to you. I've no reason. I want to talk to the director. Not you, not her, the director. So I said, I'll come back. Just being back. Right. They all know now. So the woman, they left me there for 10 minutes, not attending to me. Come, I said, I want to see the director. It's not possible, he's not here today. I said, I know that. I'll see him on Monday. Oh, you can't see him on Monday. I will get back to you. I said, no. Ring the secretary now and see, book me in for Monday or Tuesday. I need to see him before Thursday. Right. She rang her. Oh, he's not available. He's busy all week. He can see you next week. I said, that's not right. I said, I have to see him before Thursday. It's not possible. I said, I have to see him before Thursday because I can't see him. It's not possible. So I said, okay then. Ring the secretary back and I'll see him next week. Oh, we can't. No, she's busy. She's in a meeting. As if to think I'm stupid. She's in a meeting. Oh, is she in a meeting? Oh, that's funny. You've just put the phone down on her. Okay. Right. You've got to go see your doctor. Go see your doctor. I said, I've seen the doctor. The doctor isn't a problem with the doctor. I need to see the principal. I said, it's not. I said, is it a prison here? No. I said, why can't I see the director? Well, he's busy. I said, I'm busy, but I only have to. He's the only person that can answer my question. Oh. So she said, you've got to go see the doctor. So I went to the doctor's receptionist and I explained the situation to her and she says, I'll phone him. I said, well, won't let me see him. She phoned him and she said, and she's phoned him and she's managed to say she only wants to see him for 10 minutes. So now I'm waiting. They're going to email him and I'm waiting to see if I get a on Monday. I said, it's paralegal this. I've got a right to see the director, and the receptionist were really good actually. She just kept forced it a bit and she kept saying, but she only wants to see him for 10 minutes. She just wants to pose a question. It's 10 minutes. So what is wrong with everybody? I only want to know. There's no point me having a pass for Bastille celebrations if I'm coming back at 6:30. What do I do? Stop mid bloody celebration and come back, and that means Rob has to come back. It's absolutely stupid. The other alternative is for me to sit here all day on my own, no Keeney, etc. Stupid. And the form says 3 nights on it. What's the big drama? If the drama's Keeney, that's crap because I'm a Keeney and I can do my own Keeney. And I'm really not happy with the social work. I'm not seeing her again. Chicken shite. What is wrong with them all? All I'm asking is one question. He's not God. What is wrong with people? End of moan. Bye.
13 minutes.
It's me again. Still Friday, it's about 3 o'clock now. I'm in my room. I went down at 1:30 to do my re-education for my aunt with Corrine. Then there was a phone call saying the doctor was going to come and see me, and he brought a nurse who could apparently speak good English to explain the situation. So this is the situation. I can't stay out on Bastille night because MSA, whoever pays for me to be here, won't allow it. Which is bizarre. So it's not this place, it's all the same. It says the MSA that won't allow it and the contract will be broken. So, and it were loads of blah blah blah, and she says it's the same in England. I says, England isn't the same. If you have Christmas Day off, you don't have Christmas. You don't have Christmas Day off. You have Christmas Day off, right? You don't. It's the festival is that day. You don't have the day before off. You have the day. Oh. No, it's impossible. It's blah 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 blah. Oh. So anyway, I sat there for a while. There was Sophie who was next door to me, who is a really nice woman. She's really nice woman. She's had a virus or an infection, and she's lost her eye, and she's been in hospital for ages. But she's a really nice woman. And I just said, thought to myself, I'm not staying here. So I said goodbye and good weekend to Corinne, goodbye to Sophie, and came back. And then I went to the secretary, who was quite good, the doctor secretary. I said, can you please tell him that I want to leave next week? And so she said, I'll phone him. So I said, okay. And then I thought, so he'd come and find you. I was just about to escape outside, and he found me before I could escape, because I couldn't be bothered talking to him because I was upset. So he's come in and spoke to me and said, I said, if you leave it's too early. I said, I know it's too early. I needed a few more weeks, but I can't stand this prison. I said, you come back, and she's looking at her watch. Why you 10 minutes late? She's looking at her watch. French are never on bloody time. And then if you try and get out 5 minutes early, she's like, oh, you can't leave yet, you have to wait till 6:30. Bollocks, what a load of bollocks it is. So spoke to the doctor, who's a really nice guy, and I have a lot of respect for him. So the decision's been that I will wait for 2 weeks, because he's going on holiday for 2 weeks, and when he comes back I'll make the decision. So I'm going to stick it for 2 weeks more. I'm not going anywhere Bastille Day. I'll stay here, because it's too complicated to get out, and it's not fair to family. We can't even have a celebration, because Rob won't be able to drink. Not that he'd be bothered, but he won't be able to drink. We'd have to stop halfway through the celebration to come to take me back. It's absolutely stupid. What's the point of having it? Stupid. And the form said 3 nights. The form actually said 3 nights. I've noticed they've taken them away. So it continues. So I don't know what I feel like. I can't say it's just me being down. And the doctor said it's your morale. Morale's fine. It's the stupidity that's frustrating me. People talk to you as if you're shit. People talking to you, and it's not the medicine. It's not the professional people. It's the people that surrounded me. The receptionist, the so-called cleaner, carer, who thinks she's God. In the restaurant, they give you a dish that is not even appetizing, throw it at you, and then I wonder why you can't eat it. So I'm over it. I'm over it all. But out of respect for the doctor, the Kine, and Corinne, I'm going to stay here another 2 weeks until the doctor comes back. And if things haven't improved, which they won't have done, but if I'm walking and not with my electric chair, I'm frigging out of here, toot sweet. I don't care if I haven't got an hand, I'll just get it from somewhere else. I'll get it from Nott if it has to, because he's already said he prefers me to be there than here. And it's too early anyway. So I'll get it from somewhere. If I have to have it from a loud one, I'll get one. So, we'll see. Another wonderful day in paradise.
5 minutes.
It's the 11th of July, Monday morning. Just reporting in of the weekend. went home on Friday, and Saturday, came back here Sunday night. All was good. I managed to persuade Frederick, the physio, to let me have a stick of a cane to take home. I said I wouldn't, I'd only use it in the house, and I did more or less use it in the house. The only other thing I did was walk from the car into the house, but we didn't take the chair into the house, so slowly I got my balance. It's still very difficult, and I must be careful not to rush things. So I'm staying in the electric chair. I'm not going to give that up for at least a couple of weeks, unless they ask me to. So, another week in paradise. But we'll just see how things go. I'll just do my work and ignore all the other people and get through it. So, generally feeling okay.
1 minute.
It's Sunday night again. It's the 17th of July. This week went out Wednesday night, slept at home Wednesday night, then went to the Bastille celebration, CA Village, Marie thing. Usual things, some food, music, and then baton. I had to get back at 6:30, but Helen, of Norman and Helen, said she'd take me back, which I felt better about because at least Rob could have a drink and play baton and generally relax. So yeah, okay. I danced a bit in my wheelchair, just my upper body. Got a few people staring who knew me before the accident, and people do tend to stare at Stubby rather than look at me, but that's what's going to happen from now on. Everything was good, and then this woman I don't know randomly grabbed my wheelchair, caught my bad leg and trapped it in the table and started moving me around, which really upset my leg. Everybody thought it was funny, but it wasn't really funny. It was out of order, really. So after she'd finished, I just had to get out. So we went out and started playing baton. And then I had to go back. So Ellen, Martine and Rosemary took me back. And that was fine. And then I think before that, I don't know, the one day Ellen and Rosemary came, it might have been Tuesday or probably Tuesday or Monday. And so they came. It was nice to see them. And they had a laugh because, unthinking to me, I went to see them outside because it was a nice night. And it was 1 minute past 8:30. And I couldn't get back in. So they were a bit concerned, but I managed to get my wheelchair, which was a bit of hard work, up this ramp. Not even a ramp, it was a step, and asked this guy if he'll let me use his room to get back in. Because I rang the night door, but somebody answered, but nobody came, so whatever. Well, I'd have got in anyway, but it was a bit of a joke to them, because they thought it was funny that I couldn't get back in, but they did look quite concerned. So, okay. So I've started walking more. So it's when did we go? We went about the 6th, so 7th, 8th of July I started walking in the physio. Then I did a bit of walking the last weekend. So we're going into, but this weekend it's been quite hard. I think partly because I had Wednesday at home and I was busy, and here you just quiet, you do your work, come back and you don't look at all the jobs. When you're at home there's all the jobs to do and all this to do, and it's hard and it's difficult. And often I get a little bit upset, be it tiredness, be it, I don't know, life, the emotions, the just general frustration of it all. But this weekend, got home Friday, nice, had something to eat, and it always seems to be late, but then went to bed. I don't know then on Saturday morning we had to get up and go to Partney. Rob dropped something off at the insurance, then we're looking for something in the shop, but I went in and I really shouldn't have done it, it was too hard. So I came back to the car and then I just stayed in the car. We didn't stay out long, just did a little bit, few things. Came back. So on the way back we called at Sharon and Phil's, which was nice, we had a good tea with them and everything else. That was good. And then I tried to rest of Saturday and Sunday. We called at Jenny's and James on the way to take me back, so the boys had, because it's been really hot, 30 odd degrees, boys went in the swimming pool. I saw their 3 chickens that I'd given them, which I was trying to crossbreed Marans with Leghorns. They look beautiful, they're really big birds, quite big birds. So I'm pleased with them. If the accident hadn't happened, I was going to start up a new breed, and for the eggs and the meat. So they'll let me have some eggs if I want some eggs, some fertile eggs. But because they were very impressive, I was impressed with the birds. They were big and really nice looking birds, to be honest. So we'll see. But all good, the piglets are doing well. Loads of work for Harvey. Elliot's doing his own thing, but helps sometimes. Rob's now not working because they're on holiday for a while. So it's only his first weekend off because he worked on Tuesday, Wednesday. So I think he'll feel better next week when he's not racing around so much. Still having moments of upset and tears, anger, not anger about the accident, just anger about, it's not really anger, it's frustration and not being able to get on and help and do things and just general life. But I'm only here for another 4 weeks, so I've got to make the most of it.
Eight minutes.
It's now Friday evening, 21st, I think, of July. I've not gone home tonight because Rob's picking me up Saturday morning, and we're going to try and go into New York to Castorama to get a frame for the Velux window, in case it is the frame that's causing the leak. But anyway, we're going to go and have a look. Rob's also gone out tonight with Martine and work colleagues for pancakes in Fontenay-le-Comte. So it probably worked out well that it comes tomorrow anyway.
Colleen, the student, who's worked me really hard. Still walking better. All week she's got me exercising and walking. Started going up steps and down, but not many. So yeah, in with Corrine down in the agro place, which is the re-education for me weaving of my basket. That's all I seem to do now. On Tuesday, the guys for the hand came with my new prosthesis, but it didn't fit. He cut it and cut it. I just couldn't get Stubby in full width. He just stopped, it was blocked. And even when I tried to get it in, it wasn't comfortable. So then they said to come back on the afternoon. So I went down, did my basket, whatever. Never turned up, got to 4:30, said I'm not missing physio. I missed it this morning, so I'm going to come up. And Corinne called in to see him, but they were busy with somebody else. So I said, which I'd already made the decision in the morning, I said, I think we need to put this on hold. I said, this hand has got to go back in a week. You've got to video me using it well to justify anybody paying for it. And generally, it's too much. I'm only here for another 3.5 weeks, and it's all too much. They only come here once a week because they're from Poitiers. And I also thought that my hand's not ready. I need to train him up. I need to get him moving better and muscled up. And also I thought, I have enough on my plate really. So that was my decision. Corinne told them that. Then they came up to physio, both of them, and I said, that's my decision, it's too early, it's blah blah blah. And then they admitted that one of them were going on holiday anyway. So apparently, I think this is what they said, that in September, they'll see me next Tuesday, I don't know. I'm just playing it cool and not saying too much, and if there's there on Tuesday they are. I'm just not going to rush into it because this thing is for life, I don't want it not comfortable, not functioning correctly. So I'll just wait. I'll wait and revisit it. On Wednesday, Rob and Harvey turned up. He'd been to sort out some pole and plait in the horse, so they came at dinner time. I thought he would come in at tea time to have a picnic, but he came at dinner time, which makes sense because they were here anyway, and he gave them the evening free. And I was making vegetables with Corinne, and we made dinner. I did potatoes, which were horrendous from the kitchen. They were black and awful, but I did some potatoes, did courgette out of the garden, and what else did I do? I did onions and garlic with the courgette, and I did some carrots. They've just got to see that you can function really, and see what you need, assistance-wise. So we did that, and Rob and Nat were here, but they couldn't stay with us because it's not allowed, so they left, but left me a sandwich for the evening. So I managed to get out of the restaurant both dinner time and evening. Friday, I usually go home, and I've managed to get out of the restaurant tonight. Nobody's come and pestered me, which is good. And what happened? So that was Wednesday. Then Thursday, the physio, who's she called? Claire came. So I was alright with her, but I'm not so keen on her. But anyway, she's fine. She's saying, we've got to organise this, and apply for this, and I've got to phone the insurance company. It's as if she's phoning the insurance company for cleaning and for assistance with cleaning. I thought that would have come from MSA, but anyway, whatever, I can't be bothered, whatever she's doing. It all seems to me as if they're suddenly all panicking. She goes on holiday on the 5th of August. career goes on the 15th of August and I leave on the 17th of August. It seems to me as if everybody's trying to do stuff that should have been done ages ago, really. But I'm not bothered. I'm just trying to keep my mouth shut and just get through the next few weeks without any hassles and work hard in physio. Corinne's been good. She's trying to get me a license, a driving license for disabled. The forms come today, so I have to bring some stuff in on Monday. She's booked me a lesson for the driving lesson, which is the day before I leave, which is the 16th. So it's all like, let's just rush. But anyway, I'm just going with the flow. This week also, the guy came in and told me that I couldn't have me breakfast in my room, which I won't bother about because what they've been doing, so I didn't have to go in the restaurant. I hate going in the restaurant, it just depresses me. But they've been giving me an apple or whatever, peeling it for me and just leaving it on a plate. I really didn't need it because I always had a banana and rice cakes in my drawer. So I said, not a problem, but I won't be going in a restaurant. Then the next day, the girl, who were quite nice, we didn't really want to get her into trouble, I said, you've got to go in a restaurant. I said, oh, I'll go and talk. So I went down in my nightie, in my wheelchair, said to the restaurant, I won't be coming down here in the morning, and I'll never be coming down here in the morning. And I have a problem with it, so I don't know who is complained about bringing me fruit in. I actually don't care if they bring me fruit or not, because often if it's peaches and that, they're bloody sour anyway. But anyway, so that's not a big drama. Not at all. I'm not worried about that. What else has happened? Nothing much more. Poor Colleen, my student's left today, so I was a bit sad because she's worked me really hard. She seems to get it. She's an ex-gymnast and swimmer, and she seems to get that you've got to be muscled and sported. The only thing is, I never brought my photo in to show when I used to compete, so she'll never know what I used to look like or what I used to train like. But if I can find it this week, and I'll try and bring in the magazine, at least Fred can see it. But there you go. And there was something else. Nothing else really. No, oh, that's it. Yesterday I went and they measured me up to make me something so I can hold a weight in Stubby. The way she moulded it, I'm not quite sure what she's going to do, but hey, it might be to go in the inside of the other thing that Fred showed me. I don't really know, but I'll find out next week, no doubt. They don't really rush things in this place, but if I can get something that I can hold a weight in, I need to get Stubby working. I need to get some muscle in him, I need to get the shoulder right, and I need to get balance. And that's another week in paradise, I suppose. My doctor don't come back till the 1st, so that's another week. Frederick's changed my physio to 9 o'clock, except on Mondays when it's 10 o'clock, which isn't a problem really. And that's it, really. And hopefully get home tomorrow.
Nine minutes.
It's now the Wednesday tea time. Well, 4 o'clock. I'm just waiting to go to keep a physio, which will be at 4:30. I haven't spoke since last week, so what's happened? Went home Saturday morning. Rob picked me up and we went into New York to look at some Velux frames. Cut a long story short, you can't get any because they've changed in the last 10 years, so we'd have to get a new Velux. So, and then we got home dinner time. All's good. Harvey's doing a brilliant job looking after the animals and the garden. Alex helping clean the house, so it looked good and fine.
we had just rest and watch telly on Saturday, and then on Sunday we had to go to Alex and Kelly's had invited us for dinner, so she came and picked us up so Rob could have a drink at 1, and we went and left at 5, but I was really tired. It was a lovely day and we were outside and the meal was really nice, and all was good. Came back and just watched the newborn chicks, and that was fine. Then Harvey, one of the rabbits had died, and Harvey was trying to hide it from me. So I went to look, and it's just, the barn is really stressing me out. Lots of things are really stressing me out. I understand they're doing really well, and I understand, but there's a lot of things going on. One, I don't want anybody doing my jobs, which frustrates me, and two, I moan because I want them doing a certain way. For example, on Saturday I was cleaning and sorting stuff out and had a bit of a go at them because there were loads of just bags and rope and rubbish just on the floor, and having had rats before, I didn't want to encourage rats again. So I had a bit of a bean and started tidying up and doing stuff, and which is really frustrating. And I know they're doing, but they're basically, Rob's not particularly tidy, and Harvey's trying his best, but he's a 16-year-old kid who's doing more than he should be anyway. And it's just so frustrating. And the thing is, Rob just argues back and says, well, it was always like this anyway. It was never that bad. It wanted organising, but it was never mucky. And my water troughs were never mucky, and so frustrating. So that's fine. So I came inside, not a problem. Just got ready for bed because I was really tired, and just wanted to go to bed. And then I saw this letter which should have been answered. Nobody even showed me. It's something to do with MSA, very important, in fact. I'm like, just another thing. The passport's not even been sent off, which should have been sent off weeks ago. It's just loads of things that are just frustrating me, really. So I got into my bed, whatever, and then a big argument started, and it's always my fault. Every weekend it's always my fault. I understand that I probably could thank them more, and I understand that I could probably be more grateful, but they don't understand what I'm having to deal with. I don't understand what I'm having to deal with. And obviously Rob had been drinking, so he was cocky, and he just said something which I thought he'd never say. He said some hurtful things to me over the last few weekends, but this one was really not nice. He said something like, I've got more pressing things to think about than your hand. He couldn't have said a worse thing, especially when you're trying to deal with it. And then he always goes off on one saying how I bully and this, that and other. And to be honest, it's getting boring now because it says the same thing all the time. So I said, well, you get on with the stuff that's more pressing and I'll get on with my hand. And then the huge argument, and it's just not good for me, really not good for my health. And bless him, he's trying to sort it all out, and he's just stressed with it all, and it's so that was alright, sort of got over that, and I just went to sleep. Then in the morning, I just wanted this. I asked him in the car on Saturday, I told him I needed a photo for my driving licence, I only now say things once because every time I'm nattering, it's like they're saying I'm nattering if I ask them or shout, because that's the only time they seem to actually even hear what I'm saying. So I just thought I'll say it once. And then he says, what a time to tell me. You didn't tell me. I said, I didn't tell you that. So, whatever. So I didn't get my photos done. You get tired of, now I actually have been thinking about it for the last few days. So he brought me back Monday morning, and it wasn't good. Monday morning wasn't good because I wanted this stuff, a bill, and he couldn't find a bill, but it's been going on, or everybody's been going on about my system not working. Then so I looked in the wonderful system that had been developed, and it still didn't find my bill. So everybody messing about with my system hasn't worked, has it? It's just they don't get that everybody's interfered with what, and I don't know. I just don't get it. I know people are trying to help, but there's helping and taking over, and quite a few things are being taken over. But so he came, dropped me off, didn't speak to me in car, really didn't want to be near him. For example, we went out the gate. I've always shut the gate and dropped the metal down into the gravel. The reason I do that is if it's windy, okay, it wasn't windy, the wind blows it open and the chickens get out. The other reason is, if that's not down, next door's dog has been known to come down and jump on it and get in and either chase the chickens or let the chickens out. So it's easy for me for security, and also so Peggy don't get out for that dog down road. But I just don't want Peggy roaming around. There's too many big dogs. And she will get out if there's a little gap. So I put it down, as I always do, and then Rob come and picked it up. We have it like this. I thought, right, that's it. So I don't know where I am really. For 2 days, so I haven't had a phone call or anything. And he don't get it. It's not, he should at least phone, even if I don't answer it, he could have phoned. That's the thing that's really annoyed me. I haven't had a phone for three and a half months now. Jenny has given me a phone brilliantly, but I can't go and get credit. I can't go and, it's as if it's been delayed and delayed all the time. I can't drive, I can't do anything. I'm just stuck at the beck and call of Rob, who don't even want it. So to me it's quite simple. He's in charge now, and he's in charge, and he just, I don't know. What can I say? He's just trying to help, but at the same time he's doing me head in, because he's just controlling situations. It's as if I don't have an opinion anymore. It's a preview of old age and senility. That's what old people must feel like when the children take over and start telling them what to do. But anyway, it's Wednesday night. I feel better. I've got on with my work. I've now got an adaptation so I can go into the sports gym and do a little bit of exercise, and I'll progress with that more and more. But at the end of the day, I don't know what the answer is really. I suppose I'll work it out. But I think it might be best if I don't go home this weekend and let them just have a rest.
10 minutes.
It's now Monday morning, the 8th of August. I didn't record anything for last week, so I'll start there. So not the weekend just gone, but the weekend before I went home. Fine, no problems, no stresses, no upsets, fine. Some of the baby pintards were hatching, and
way back I said, we must really go and see Bernard's family. So we called there for an hour. He wasn't there, but we saw his mum and dad. And then on Sunday morning we got John Paul came to visit. Then Marie and Chris came to visit. And then just in the tea time, Bernard came to visit, which was sad really because I had to leave to come back to cell block H. But we got a little time with him, but not much. So the weekend was pleasant enough. And then on the following week here, Frederick was on holiday, my physio, so I got another guy, a Spanish guy, who started off alright, but towards the end, it was on Friday morning, he made me step up and down a step with the right leg, which doesn't bend. But he left me for nearly an hour, and I don't really think it was good for my legs, so I made excuses for the afternoon and didn't go back. But I have been going to the gymnasium. I can do very few exercises, but it's better than doing nothing because at least Stubby's doing something. I also had to go out into New York to see the doctor for an examination to fill the form in to apply for my disabled licence, driving licence. That was fine. The appointment was at 3 o'clock. I waited at 2:30 in the foyer for somebody from Gromfur was taking me. The guy arrived very late, 10 to 3 he arrived, and then he drove like a madman. And then at one point he had to put his arm across my chest to stop me going forward because we nearly ran into the back of a car. That really upset me and put me into a shock. So for the rest of the journey I was petrified. When I got to where we were going, I was crying, shaking, upset. And got into the house surgery, and there were some people there before me. The guy didn't know, I couldn't speak to the guy didn't know what was wrong, so he phoned my doctor here, who said, oh, she can't go in if she's like that. So he spoke to the other doctor, and he said, I'll just give her 10 minutes. So the other two patients went in, and I tried to calm myself, because I didn't want to have to go back another time, and to get driving you need a different driving licence and all that. So I've calmed myself down, still quite shook up. Then the guy said, you let me in. He was a nice enough doctor. And he said, what was the problem? I just said he drove like a nutter and he nearly crashed. So, and soon as I've just had a car crash, a big car crash, obviously there's something in depth of my mind that's not happy. I just couldn't help the reaction. I was scared from where you were driving, which is crazy because I've not got a problem when I'm with Rob. I have a problem with Corrine. I've driven past where the accident was, didn't have a problem with that. So there's obviously something in my mind still. Anyway, besides that the week before, I had lots to do. Claire, the social worker, was going on holiday on Thursday, so we had loads of paperwork to do. So I saw Monday and
insurance. So we talked about this, that and the other, and what I needed and everything else. Then I had a meeting with her and Kareem about things I needed to help me and fill forms in and blah blah blah. And then I had some more things to sort out. So the week went fairly quick. I've only just started finishing my basket off, and if I don't get cracking this week, it's not going to be finished. So for me, all the paperwork's finished. That's what I will be concentrating on, that and hopefully exercising. But what else is that? The weekend just passed. Again, fine, no dramas, hot day. Spent some time outside just when it was cool. But the voice came to see me on Wednesday night with a sandwich. That was okay, that was good. But earlier I had a drama on Thursday. Sparrowhawk had come and taken the head off his male. Oh, what a beauty as well, his male Rosecomb, who he was going to show. He was an absolute beauty, he was really looking good. But I wasn't there, he was really upset, so now I have to be more vigilant. But it frustrates me because when I've been there at weekends, they'd get sit watching telly and they'd wait till it drops too dark for me. I'd always be putting chickens away as soon as it starts dropping. And I went out. I couldn't sleep on the Friday because I thought something was nattering me. And then I got up and did things, and Harvey heard me and he got up. And I went out. I said, I've got to go check Snowies because I don't think they've been put away, and they hadn't been, so they got forgotten. So I'm just thinking, right, but at least I can check things more when I get back. And another thing that happened last week is Harvey started his apprenticeship, his job at Leon Door. So Rob's running him around, which is quite hard, although it's not that far away. But Rob has taken to mourning a bit, mainly because he's doing everything. But I did it for years and years, and that's probably why I moaned. But I think it's not a big thing to take him to work. I definitely won't let him go on a motorbike, and it'd take him a while to learn lessons. But he's enjoying it, and it's hard work. He sometimes does double shifts, but he's doing okay. It's good for him. But obviously he's been very missed at home because he did so much work at home. So, all is good. Come back Sunday. I brought myself some dailies out of the garden. They are so beautiful. A lovely orange and yellow. I just kept staring at them. I thought, I've got to bring some with me. So far, nobody's seen them, so I don't know if I get told off for bringing them. But surely not. Right, so last full week at Grand Fair, and the good news is as we came back, the nice receptionist went on. She told us that it's a 3-night stay this next weekend. There must be a bank holiday or something. That's even better. Bye for now.
10 minutes.
It's 10 o'clock, Tuesday night, 16th of August, the day before I leave the Grand Fair, or the night before I leave the Grand Fair. Summary. I spoke earlier about what's happened up to this point, but I think it's probably good for me to just talk about my journey. It's been a bit sad today to say goodbye to the doctor, to certain staff. I haven't really said goodbye properly to Frederick, the physio, but I'll try and catch him again tomorrow. We have had such, tried to humour us, worked hard, but he loves his music, so we've often put music on or talked about music, and he said, what song do you want for your last song? So we got the computer out and said it's got to be My Way, or No Regrets. So we put on various versions of My Way. The original one came from a French guy from the 60s. He put the Sex Pistols version on, but the one that I must admit I love best is Elvis's. So we put Elvis's on YouTube. Bless Elvis. And it does summarise it to a certain extent, the song. But looking back, when I arrived here, I arrived pushed on a bed into an ambulance, out of an ambulance on a bed here, then transferred into another bed. So I arrived by bed and I'm leaving by foot. That says quite a lot, really. But you forget where you've come. Just the journey from the hospital to here, not being able to move, not being able to do anything, to slowly sitting up. But here, the next day, you were in a wheelchair. They transferred you and you were in a wheelchair. I remember the guy who I've become quite good friends with, and I always speak to him, he was called a tall guy, Christoph. And he transferred me the first day I went to physio. God, he had me in tears, he hurt my leg so much, because you forget how bad you were, and he felt so bad, and I was crying, and I was speaking to the girl in physio, who turned out to be a really nice girl. I didn't have her that much because I ended up with Frederick, but for the first week I had her. She said to me today, which was nice, we will miss you here. That's nice, because I am one of many. And yeah, you forget when I couldn't go to the toilet, I had to have a bath on here, I couldn't shower, I couldn't move without asking for help. But I remember that day when the girl, who I speak to now and say hello, but she still wasn't very kind to me that day, when I asked if I could be transferred, and she said, well, you're going down to the restaurant soon. Yeah, in an hour. And at that point, my leg, I was very tired and I needed to get in bed. And she just wouldn't. She just made a fuss about it. So in the end, I just said, forget it, I'll sit in my chair. And from that moment on, I swore to myself that I would never ask anybody to transfer me again. From that moment on, I slowly transferred myself and got better and better. And more courage and more courage. I just figured a way out of doing it. I thought, there's no way. And then after that, you get to a point where I'll go to the toilet myself. Once I could get from the bed to the chair, from the chair to the bed, I thought, I can get to the toilet myself. Be it my legs stuck out, and be it very slow and difficult. But I managed it, and then as you do that, you start doing more and more. It was just had to happen. Sometimes they'd tell you off because they'd come in and you'd gone to the toilet, or you'd got dressed, or you'd washed yourself, or whatever. But then they realised that you wanted to be independent. The only thing I can't do is put a plait in. I've managed with my teeth and to get a bobble in, but I can't plait. But that's only for now. I'm sure I'll find a way. So, my memories of this place on the first day. Oh God, did I hate it. The first time I went in that restaurant, I was so depressing. It was full of handicapped people, people in wheelchairs. Seriously, like the one who flew up the cuckoo's nest. And I've watched over the last 3 months. I can tell when people's arrived. They've got that scared look in their eyes, that mad look, madness. It's a weird how to describe it. It's just like a unbelievable look. It's like, and I can tell. It's interesting because I've been watching people, and there's one in particular, the guy, I noticed him because he had a plait in his hair, and I spoke to him because I've seen him, Corrine helped him a bit, and he's been in a motorbike accident, he's lost his leg and one of his arms, quite bad. He's not lost his arm, but he wants re-educating. And I remember him watching, because you notice when there's somebody new, you get to know the regulars. I thought, that guy isn't just the same place I was. And I watched him again today. I thought, no, he's accepting it. He's accepting his situation. I've talked to him a little bit, and he's okay. He's working hard. He's already walking on his false leg. He's a young guy. He's probably 30s. He'll work hard. It's good to see people who work hard. So you then become institutionalised. I'm now part of the institution, really. So you say hello to people, you ask how they are, you see people go, you see people come back for a day, at least when you talk to them. There's a really nice girl, Janet's on our table. She's been in a burn, quite a horrendous experience thing. She's French, she's talking. I said I'd go and see her before I left tomorrow. And then there's Vivian, who's been here a long time, and I had a good chat with her today. She's on her way. She's decided that she's too hard for her to walk because of her back. So she's going to stay in the chair, but I've just suggested she gets downstairs, although I used to moan in my head about it, but she needs to be occupied. She needs to work with Corrine and get a driving license back, get moving so she can move home. So, scary in a way, but it's amazing how you adapt. I've had a few moments mainly with a silly reception woman, job's worth, not the professionals, and a couple of the carers have been a bit got on my, just annoyed me and upset me, but generally they've been fine. But it's really, really time to go. I just hope that I can be calm at home and not let things get too upsetting, and just slowly accept that I'm not going to be able to do things straight away, and that I have to take my time and I have to work on Stubby and my physique. I have to get some more muscle back. That's my job now, to get strong again. So, here's hoping the next phase in this crazy experience is as smooth as can be. I've got to keep an eye on Rob because he's done it all and he's tired. That's the reason. I like driving, so I need to learn to drive again. And also, it's not good to just have one person driving. It's not fair to Rob, really. So, that's it, really. which will hopefully be in many, 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 many years. I do like John, the English guy who sat on our table, who's had a knee replacement, who goes home next Wednesday. He's 80 but looks really good for his age. He was telling us today about his mum, who was 92. She was found with a cup of tea in her hand, piece of toast, sat watching telly. That's the way to go.
"11 minutes. In conclusion to this chapter and my time at the Grand Fair, it is with absolute gratitude and thanks that I got this opportunity and guidance from a place that brought me much pain, frustration, and sometimes unhappiness. Yet it gave me strength, hope, and the confidence to carry on, and the professional expertise and guidance I needed in so many aspects of my life. It laid down the solid foundations that I so desperately needed to replace the broken, shattered, and wobbly foundation I was trying to build upon. It was a gift given to me that so many in similar situations are not offered. It gave me the drive, the force, and sometimes the anger I needed to bulldoze myself forward, but it did so in a professional, caring, and mostly a very friendly way. How can words express the gratitude I have? They gave me the guidance that would point me in the right direction. They picked me up, dusted me off, and set me on my way. At the time, I never fully realised how important and lucky I was to be given this. But my gift to all those at the Grand Fair and all the medical professionals throughout this journey from the 2nd of April 2016 onwards is to embrace life, the one that you all allowed me to have. I write my story because of you. I will endeavour to guide and help others all I can in the future, as you help me, because the journey is lonely, long, and difficult, but not impossible. All journeys have to start with one step, be it small, be it wobbly, be it weak, or be it aided. That is the hardest step to take. It's your decision. No one else can do it for you. But if you don't look back, your next step naturally happens, and with each step comes strength, vision, hope, and courage. You will stumble and fall, but by getting back up, you indicate to yourself and the universe that there is no going backwards, only forwards. End of chapter.